Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Is it said? Okay, yeah. Good morning indeed. Happy. What day is it today? I lost track of the days. Happy Thursday, I guess. But yeah, happy Thursday. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I can't sleep. I I legit can't sleep. Obviously for the aforementioned reasons. Yeah, okay. Is it wrong to kind of assume that maybe I didn't think twice about? Well, not really assumption. Is it wrong to kind of think that I really didn't think about the possibilities of like over drinking certain things within the last 12 hours? Because within those last 12 hours, I may have drinking the following stuff all within 12 hours, man. Let's see what I drink. Several cups of iced coffee from Starbucks, with extra sugar because sweet tooth whatnot. Um, what else I drink? Uh, yeah, the Gamer Subs, the Crimson Moonburst one specifically, and maybe a 5 hour energy shot, and but just a little bit somewhere in between. And I'm kind of curious if maybe that was probably not a good idea, in the long run. Probably, because I don't know, I was like I was kind of on that. I was thinking, oh, you know what, maybe, and then I thought, maybe I could get some nice sleep in between all that, and I can't say that I in retrospect, I probably should have expected this. I probably should have expected that, but well, sadly put, a bloodlust. I think it's probably just. I think it's literally just nothing but sugar and sugar, coffee, and artificial strawberry. I think that might be the only thing I have left at this point. That's kind of currently running this long cat at the moment. But yeah, no, I didn't really think twice about the fact that I probably was not going to get a lot of sleep. And worst part about it is, usually in those situations, I would probably find something to edit. But if I'm being real, I've been kind of just like, I've just been kind of doom scrolling. What about food? I, I mean, I had McDonald's for if nothing else, right? Thank you for the stretch, by the way. I had McDonald's. Although I've tried the or that was a get along. I shall be long. I can only be longer at this point, Jan. I'm sorry doing Jan. Anyways, but yeah, all this to say, I'm here now. I was like, you know what? It's 5:30 in the morning, right? It was 5:30. I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe why don't I just like, I ain't got nothing better to do, so and I might as well just do this now because to be fair, I think maybe that I could probably do this as a very decent test run with things. See maybe how what would happen if I just regularly start streaming in the early uh pitfalls of like the early ass cracks of the morning and just like see what happens from there because because we already gave a good decent run on the daytime. We obviously know about the midnight early morning degen hours run. We maybe though maybe this might be a much better time. Probably. Maybe the evil government's gonna get us. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. But we'll be fine. Look, no, we'll get all the tinfoil that we need per se, but that's not gonna be the case. We'll be. I would hope we're fine. I mean, they're not gonna do anything to us on Thursday, of all things, if nothing else. But I guess we'll have to see how that goes. Anyways, happy what? Happy early morning, I guess. Yeah. So what's good? What's good? What's good? So I don't know. I got figured maybe I could probably do a little. I kind of figured maybe I could probably do a little bit of editing before I inevitably crash at some point, uh, like eternally, and hopefully it's not. hopefully I get some sort of work done. I have several ideas of mine for today, including like maybe an actual long form clip for like an actual long form clip for once, like the one that I haven't really done in like weeks. Really, I've done a lot of shorts, mind you, but I have not gotten in the way of actual long form clips for a while because uh I don't know, not a lot really has kind of got me motivated to like clips. There wasn't really like a lot that kind of got me clipping to say, but it was like, oh, it just is how it is. Oh, welcome evil government member. We, all the talk about the evil government, and that's just how it is. I have my suspicions of who this probably is, but it's just saying. Account created 13 hours ago. Yeah, that's interesting. Also, yeah, indeed. Also, relatively new account. Most times I usually just like kind of get rid of them, but you know what? It's fine. We'll welcome the evil government here, just for on a probationary basis. You know how it is. 80 for yeah, it's all good though. Yeah, good. We welcome the evil government here. Uh, yeah, so we welcome it. Anyways, how are you doing, Chris? How are you doing? Everybody. So yeah, TLDR. I am hopped up on caffeine and I cannot sleep. So I figure I might as well be productive with like what little bit of time I have left, and then yeah, we'll just see how it goes. But yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say, open up the instance of Da Vinci and just actually just like do stuff, do stuff indeed. Uh, yeah, like I said, three large cups of like not specifically Starbucks, but also like both at least two of those instances were from the like pre-bottled ones, which it's not as obviously it's not gonna be good as like the actual Starbucks thing stuff, but it'll do, right? It'll do a little bit of milk, some several scoops of sugar, it's all good, at, at some point outside the crash might be literal. Like I may actually, like if it happens, I probably will actually collapse and like you'll hear like stuff knocked down, probably to the point where it might actually feel like a legit concern. But at that point, I'd probably be more likely to sleep than that point. Uh, but yeah, no, we'll be okay though. I think it'll be okay. I don't think I've ever had instances where like I've had like any actual like health related problems as far as like ODing on caffeine. If anything, the I feel like I've got a relatively high tolerance for caffeine, which is why I feel like sometimes even when I try to drink as much caffeine as I can, it doesn't really work to some degree. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes this instance. I still feel relatively weak, but you also got to keep in mind I kind of have been up for like, I think I've been up since like I can't recall when I was last asleep. Don't worry about it though. How tall is the cat? The cat is okay. I mean, as you can tell, it doesn't seem like it's this long, but as the long, it is how it is. And also, we are. I mean, you gotta keep in mind, I could be as long as I need to be. It retracts. You know, I am the grower, as they say. Although I do sometimes show off too. You know how these things go. You know how these things go. But yeah, yeah. Anyways, I kind of figured, but yeah, like I said, test run. We'll do a test run for this time slot if that makes sense, and then yeah, we'll see how it goes. Watch as I completely crash within the hour, and just stay like staring at you, like for the entirety of like the next like 8 hours, and just not saying a damn word. I don't think it's gonna happen per se. Like I think I'll know like when I need to like. I think I'll know. I like to think I have some self awareness at the very least. Let's hope at least.
Meow.
Meow indeed. Meow indeed, indeed. But yeah, honestly, as far as how tall I am, I'm I like to say I'm 6 feet, which I don't know what the equivalent is in meters, but it's relatively long, You don't need like I don't need to overcompensate here. You know, just saying as is. This definitely wasn't made. This model definitely was not made as a way to overcompensate in a particular way. Mostly because I didn't really have a say in the matter. You know, this was just kind of given to me. Although, you know, I'll take it for what it is, right? I'll take it for. I'll take. I have to take it for what it is. I don't really have a choice. But you know, I ain't gonna complain either. 1.82 meters. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, okay. It's what's. Yeah, I kind of figured. Listen, you got. Sometimes you have to get used to our obscure imperial system. You know, the thing that makes us so uniquely American, just like American football. You know, we love our obscure. We love being so unique that we make up our own stuff that we that nobody else wants to adopt. So yeah, you know. But yeah. Anyways, anyways. Yeah, I got some stuff to kind of add today. I have one in mind, but we didn't make up a Fario. That was a Brit. Ironically enough, but then the British decided, they didn't want to deal with that crap anymore. So now, we got it. We adapted it, and now we're pretending it's us. The evil imperial system. The evil imperial system is definitely. I can't just assume it's the same, regardless. I can't assume that's how it is. But also, yeah. But, yeah, well. Yeah. Canadians are fun. They mix imperial and nitrogen. How the hell do they even try it? How can they do one or the other? Like, or they still use miles and they weigh themselves in stones. They can't make fun of us for using their old system. Yeah. I mean, I would doubt the British would ever want to make, but I feel like there's certain particular British people that definitely will go out their way to point this out, And by certain British people, I mean a certain lord, but thankfully I don't think he's not here today, so Stones, the good old Stones. Good old Stones. But yeah, as far as like how long will we, like I said, as far as how long will we stream, I'm not expecting to be on for that long. Maybe like at least 3 hours is the current plan. Uh, I say this and like we stay around for like 24 hours. I hope that's not the case. Because if I feel like it's probably relatively bad if I can't remember when I slept last time. I'm pretty sure it was like I woke up like at what maybe 1 and like 11 last night, 11 a.m. last night. So yeah, like 5 hours to that point. So yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, no worries. Welcome in. But yeah, have a good one, evil government member. Thank you for representing your evil government to the best of your ability. So yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. It was probably not. I don't know. It was probably again. It was not a relatively good thing to probably do what I did, but I love my candied up strawberry with the Crimson Burst gamer subs. I love my coffee. I really was not even much of a coffee person, to be fair. But then I was like, I really gotta get. But I keep telling myself, I can't keep sleeping forever, so I might as well just get something to a little pick me up to kind of get to get things going. But the problem is, like I said, the irony of it is like I'm now like obsessed over coffee, and now I can't even like, and now I'm not even doing work. I'm just like kind of hanging around, enjoying life in the confines of my own office slash, aka just like the random desk next to my bathroom. And I said bathroom. I don't have a desk in my bathroom. I think that would have been too easy. I mean bedroom. You know, I too did not intend to be awake at this time. Back to the eeping mimes. Yeah, well, you have a good one with that one. Although I'm kind of curious. I feel like
Puppy
there's a
time is over. Please go home.
we've
We've
had
had
enough
enough puppies.
puppies. We've had enough puppies indeed. That we did, Chris. So yeah. Although now I'm thinking about it, there's got to be at least one person that has like that has been doing VTubing straight from their bathroom. I'm kind of thinking like, just just one of those like mobile desks or like those mobile tables like that with the wheels and everything, and they're just like sitting from the confines of their own toilet, and they're just kind of like doing VTubing from there. I kind of feel like that. I feel like it's at least one person's doing this. There has to be, right? There has to be one person that has to have done that. I could gladly say I'm not the first one, nor will I. Although it does sound oddly convenient. I feel it. But on the other hand, I feel like that also probably would not be plausible because the mic probably. Okay, actually, they no. On second thought, I don't think that's gonna. Yeah, no, because we definitely would have heard something, right? Like accidentally. So there's got to be one moment. I really shouldn't go down this path. Actually, thinking about it now, I probably shouldn't go down this path. Uh, it's yeah. Anyways, so forget what I said. Um, we should probably get to we should probably get to work, right? We probably should get to work. Uh, that or we just play marbles alternatively, one or the other. But yeah, let me make sure everything's good on my end here. So yeah, like I said, I had a couple things in mind as far as like what I wanted to do or what I wanted to clip today. As like as I move, let me just open up DaVinci real quick. But yeah, I have a few ideas in mind. Uh, I have a few ideas in mind. This one I'll probably put this out today. The Missy one. But yeah, I haven't. But yeah, there was. Hmm. Okay, so I have three ideas in mind as far as what I want to clip. Uh, one of them I think was definitely the. One of them involved a certain situation that happened over WeebCon, and I was kind of debating whether or not I should hold off on this one, or if I should just wait until like I get more information down the line this week. And that was like kind of the thing regarding the and also it's kind of relatively rare that I even do something like this because I don't generally because this person in particular I don't generally clip. But I'm kind of curious to see what will happen if I did decide to do something like that. And that is the situation over at and that was like, and here's the thing over at so the context of this one was relatively simple. Over at WeebCon, I think. So both Churchy and Shumimi have kind of talked about the idea that, Baja Staz basically got doxxed. Like jokingly. Like, not like, I mean, jokingly for them, kind of serious. Serious and Staz. But I was kind of curious, maybe I could probably, and to be fair, generally, I don't really generally kind of like do my version of things, especially like if it's already been put out there. When it comes to certain things, like because I believe this instance got clipped at least twice. Both one by Dark Knight and the other one by Nematode. Uh, I was I was thinking about maybe possibly adding on because I believe Staz. Well, not even believe. I know Staz himself. They kind of talked about this, and I was kind of curious if maybe I should just make a clip of of like the aforementioned stuff that was mentioned, but also have Staz's point of view on this one. Yeah. And I was kind of working at this halfway. I was like, and then I decided to hold off on this, and it was like, oh, maybe I should hold. Like I worked, as you can tell, kind of worked out a good chunk on this. And I was like, you know what, maybe I should probably hold off on it until like maybe I get like more context because I know they had said that at some point they were going to talk about it later on in like the balding during the balding streams. I was like, should I just compile everything and just put everything on there? But I don't know. But at the same time, I feel like if it was already clipped twice, like if this whole situation got clipped twice, I was like, oh, why don't we? Yeah, then what would be the point of just like clipping to begin with? To which at that point I was like, Eh, well, yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on, it, but the thing with this one was that the other thing was the fact that I was thinking about maybe just like you know using and I feel like this is always also relatively gray area, but like the general idea of basically just like using another person's clip and just like for the just like briefly and just like a bridge for like the context of like another for this one because the stuff that you kind of see here was like Shimimi and like and Churchy
Obviously,
like have fun streaming. Okay, yeah, have a good one, Jan, and thank you for hanging around. I don't know. This one I was thinking because I used like two different clips for this one just for context. The aforementioned clip from both Dark Knight and Nematode. I was thinking maybe I used both of those as context and just like work on the next one and and just like add my stuff to it. And I feel like that's always relatively gray area, even if you do like credit like the person that did the original clip. Like I did that last clip with the with like when I add like some baggies clips from that last clip about Twilight Girls and whatnot. But I don't know exactly what that particular area, like gray area, whatnot. Because on one hand, you are technically using their clips, like the stuff that they edit on their own accord, but at the same time, it's not really original works on their end. It's basically just like editing something from their person's stream. Also, chair, what's good? Fall asleep, shit. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So test run for this one. We're already seeing some downsides here. Most of my usuals from the DJ hour can't stick around. Oh my god. What the fuck happens to church? Oh yeah, this one. I might need to uh re-record this video. This one actually kind of got from another person's clip. Go to bed. I should go to bed, shouldn't I, Mero? I should. Unfortunately, the caffeine has kept me awake at this point, so I might be up for another couple hours. Also, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Yeah, I know. No, this long cat's currently hopped up on caffeine, so I have to. I kind of figured I just work myself to sleep, literally at this point. So yay! So I'll be here for like at least an hour, maybe 2 hours, or three, or six, or 47. One or the other. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of figured. I kind of figured maybe I could probably do a little bit of this. To be fair, I kind of already finished up most of it. The rest was just a matter of like trying to get like you know like trying to just like repolish everything up on this end. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna where did I where did I put the whatchamacallit? Uh I don't know. Anyways, don't worry, Churchy will be fine. She's just kind of melting at the moment. But yeah, it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking maybe I should just probably like use two of the clips that were already like made the last couple days. Just credit them and then focus on like what Stas had to say about it. Because for context, and they had talked about this obviously, but Stas basically quote unquote got doxxed in the sense that Churchy basically outed Stas IRL, and you know, I mean a lot of this is generally joking manner, but I just got, but it was interesting that Stas gave his point of view, and on top of when on all this, like he has kind of privated this one, but I feel like just him saying his POV will probably be make for it'd be like an interesting. It's like the three sides to a story type of situation. Except I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know indeed. Anyways, we probably could work on this so just for a little bit. The other thing I was thinking about me working on, and I probably should be lucky that nobody is here, nobody familiar is here right now, but the fact, but I know that a certain Dylan had talked about this incident that kind of happened, uh, over last Sunday. Maybe I can make a short of that one too. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. Anyways, all this to say, I don't know. Oh well, it's a little too late. We'll work on it now. So, ba, 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 ba. But also, let me grab something real quick from a different project, and yeah, we'll just do what we need to do. So, anyways, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see who's actually gonna pop up at this time because I don't know. I want because there's like a good chunk of people like that definitely have said that they cannot like that they almost never watch my streams half the time because of the fact that it takes place like that it happens like during the midnight. Like I always because of the fact they start at midnight, and I'm like, oh, might as well, well, we'll give this a go. Maybe, if they're gonna be too tired when they see when they, if they're gonna be too tired to watch me, maybe wake up and maybe seeing this random long cat hopped up on caffeine, definitely would make for a more interesting situation, I guess. But I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Anyways, let me. I'm trying to roll up another project. We'll see how it goes. As I because I need to get some assets over there as well, and just kind of and it's basically just like the random intro, outro, like glitchy, type effect they usually do. So, if it will let me load it, that is. Wow, sometimes this really takes forever. Like it's not showing right now, but it's like because like for some reason the additional windows I try to open up within DaVinci does not really show on stream for some reason. But it's stuck at 77%. I'm just come on, load it, please. Like please, please. Who knows? Ba-ba. And Da Vinci's not responding. That's lovely. Let me wait out for like another couple minutes as I somehow turn ghostly white for what reason. I think this was from the lighting because it's it's uh it's interesting. I'm white now. But yeah, anyways, advanced age gets us all at the end of the day. Okay, it crashed. It crashed. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let me open this again. Don't fail me now. All right, so let me just open this up. Okay, so where? I think this was from the yellow one. No, okay, wasn't from here. That was for short. Okay, there we go. Okay, so copy that, and then we head over here. Do, do, do. Okay, so all right. Okay, so we got the intros here. Then we gotta get the name badges, just so we can make it clear whose clips we're particularly using in this instance. So wait.
Okay, so
All right, so this one, so I believe this one was clipped by Nematode. So we'll use, so we just gotta get the right, just gotta get the name badges for this one, and then yeah. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay.
Staz was at WeepCon, okay? Obviously, I recognize him because I've hung out with Staz before. I didn't even ask him for his name, right? When we finished talking, I pulled up his name on my screen, and he's like, "Yo, what the heck?" I was like, "Oh, sorry, wait, you're trying to be incognito," and then I freaking immediately
Good morning, Polar. What's good?
took it off. And then after that, oh my god, I got an earful. I got an earful from Staz, but like it was deserved because I accidentally like doxed him. And
Staz got
history of doing that to him by accident because I was like, oh, I don't know his name. I'm just gonna pull it up. And I felt so off. Like,
Yeah, how you doing, Polar? TLDR, over-caffeinated. Completely, might be a bit hyper. I mean, to be fair, if this is me being hyper, it's a horror situation. Also, good morning, Wolf. Good morning. Yeah, with three large cups of iced coffee and like 2 servings of Gator Subs could do to you, I guess. But yeah.
deserved because I bad.
Staz got dogs. Oh wait, did Churchy talk about that? Did Churchy talk about that? That was so fucking funny. Basically, at some point.
So yeah, so not often I really do this, but I feel like this has been like this feels like the one of the few times that most people seem to remember for what happened over at WeebCon. So I'm just gonna and also not often I kind of use like 2 different people's clips for this one. So I'm just gonna so obviously I'm just using both of theirs, both Dark Knights and Nematodes ones, and I'm just gonna credit them, and we'll see how it goes. I feel like, and I pointed this out before. I feel like this is generally a gray area, like using other people's clips, because on one hand they did edit it, but at the same time, the source material is never really there to begin with. That's why I usually like half the time whenever someone ever ends up using one of my clips, they I don't mind the credit. At the same time, it's like I can't really fully credit. I don't know. Who knows?
Basically, at some point, okay, Staz came up and said hi. And, I've met Staz, so I know what he looks like. So I was like, hey, what up? And I was like, if it isn't Cupid's father. And then he literally looked at me and he was like, stop, 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 don't say that. There's so many.
So, yeah. But I kind of figure maybe the intro, I'll probably just use those as just for context over what was been talked about throughout most of the week from those 2 clips. So yeah, and then the rest is history. I feel like this would probably be fun to pile on if nothing else. So anyways, I hope all y'all are having a decent morning, or at least a decent start to the morning.
So bad.
Staz got dogs. Oh wait, did Churchy talk about that? Did Churchy talk about that? That was so fucking funny. Basically, at some point.
So yeah. This goes up to roughly a minute of recap. I'm trying to debate whether I should cut it down further to 30 seconds.
Staz.
Like your dogs.
Known as Staz.
Like your dogs. Yeah, a little bit. tomfoolery. So I missed Shumi's because I was eating barbecue, and I came back at like 1:30 at the meet and greet. I was waiting for everybody to okay, so come back 1:30. I was like, I'll wait for like everybody to, and then I go to church. It's like, hey, what up, churchy? Blah blah blah, and then afterwards, so because Churchy's meet and greet.
So this one
Church-
probably needs a little bit of trimming, actually.
Churchy.
Also, just TLDR on this one as well. It's not often you're gonna see me try to clip any other clipper by default, but especially
Churchy. Blah blah blah.
if I figured this is just 2 funny minutes, or I figured this would be fun to just again pile on.
Blah blah blah, and then afterwards, so because Churchy's meet and greet, she has this like the little pop up thingy. She types the I think what she does is she asks like, hey, what's your name? Thingy. What she does is I think
Okay, we could probably trim that down.
pop up thingy. I think what she does is she asks like, hey, what's your name? And then she puts up the name and then pops up. So when you take a photo of her, she has like your name there. So I talked to Churchy, blah blah blah, and then the guy says, okay, camera time. It's like, okay. Before I turn around for the picture, I see her name pop up, and then like I turn forward to the photo, and I was like, wait a minute. I turn around, I was like, Churchy, what the? You cannot do this to me, Churchy. I think in a vacuum, it's okay, right? Because like if it was like if the other lines was like some other VTuber that's like not very swarm adjacent, right? But the thing is, her meet and greet ends at like 2, and then Ellie's meet and greet starts at 2. Her line was forming right next to Churchy's. Yeah, so
How you doing, Glitchy Boy? How you doing?
yeah, so like when the guy says, all right, time for a picture, I was like, okay. I give him my phone, and I see Churchy pop up my name, and then I was turning forward for the phone, and that's right when I saw the name, I turned around, I was like, Churchy, what the fuck are you doing? You're trying to get me killed here. And then she took it down in like 2 seconds. What are you doing? You're trying to get me killed here. And then she took it down in like 2 seconds. And I was like, okay. Alright, I guess 2 seconds. Alright, I guess we can have a picture. 2 seconds.
Okay.
And I was okay. Alright, I guess we can have a picture. And then afterwards, like, hey Shumi, hey, guess what just happened? I got the 2-for-1 Shumi Churchy Dogs tag team. Yeah, that was that was something. That was something. And then I was telling Ellie, you never believe what just happened. Let me trauma.
Yeah, he got double tapped. He got tag teamed. But yeah, he got that. I think he got doxxed twice. Is one. I think that's the overall thing. I mean, Churchy's was the more noble one, but then I think Shumi mentioned that isn't that Cupid's fodder? Like she mentioned that, and I think he essentially got doxxed twice. I think within within less than.
That was something. And then I was telling Ellie, you never believe what just happened. Let me trauma dump you. What happened to me 30 minutes ago? That's what happened in the Churchy meet and greet. And
Me also did, but hers was via headphones. So you got. It could have been trifecta. It could have been. It could have been. Also, I want to point out this was not easy to get the VOD for here because I believe half of the time Stas usually kind of like privates half of his VODs. And I feel like, generally speaking, I get the idea that it could be private, but I feel like at this point with this, especially with this bit, this is like everybody knows, and you might as well, if you got something to see, you might as well just have it out there, right? So, yay.
and I was making like, cause it happened on Easter, right? Sunday. It was like Churchy meet and greet. Happened on and I was making like, cause it happened on Easter, right? Sunday, the Churchy meet and greet. It happened on Easter, right? Sunday. It was like, I cannot believe you Judas me on Easter. Easter. That's crazy. Easter. That's crazy. Jesus did not. Jesus did not die for that. Yeah, that was my. Yeah, that was. That's crazy. Jesus did not die for this. So yeah, that was my
Yeah, so this should be relatively like a 5-minute clip. So
that was my getting harassed and doxxed by VTuber experience. It was it was something. It was something. You know, like when Shumi, first doxed me, I was texting her afterwards, like, bro, you're gonna get me killed out here. And I was telling Cupid, it's like 100 years of the Shuminian curse, dude. Like it was cooked. It was cooked.
probably raise up his volume here.
Like it was cooked. It was cooked. Let me find. It was cooked.
XCXM, the Shemaine curse continues
Fuck.
on.
Let me find it. Where's this? Someone clipped it. I think
I obviously didn't clip this one, but
Churchy like was showing me this. I think like at the moment, at the time when it happened, it was kind of stress. I think like at the time when it happened, it was kind of stressful-ish. I was like, Monka, dude. How many fucking people saw it? Monka. It's over. I think it's like, it happened. It's whatever. It's just people saw it. Monka. It happened. It's whatever. It's just funny story now, I guess. Like Monka. It's over. I think it's like, it happened. It's whatever. It's just funny story now, I guess. Like it happened. Can't stop it. Like it happened. Concerned man, appreciate it. But it's like, it happened. But it's like, you really can't do much. It's like tragedies, when it happens, and then but it's like, you really can't do much. It's like
so yeah,
but it's like, you really can't do much.
I might have to raise the. I was gonna say usually, actually, I don't think I need to raise the volume too much on like his voice because I think half the time, like with YouTube, even if like the voice and whatnot, like even the sounds come off quiet, like on the raw footage. I believe YouTube's like encoder usually kind of like raises most of the volume, like especially when it comes to like voices. Like it usually will just, you know, like okay, I was curious how that works by default, but apparently YouTube's encoder, I believe, by default like raises like certain sounds, especially with voices. So even if this like if half of it's just like uneven like quietness from the vocals and whatnot, somehow always ends up like
You give
you know it ends up being raised if that makes sense.
it like a little while, and it's like, that's kind of funny. But at the moment, I was a little bit monkaing. It was like, Churchy, what the fuck have you done? I was like, Monka, dude, is there anybody fucking taking photos? Dude, please don't dox me. What have you done? I was like, is there anybody fucking done? Is there anybody fucking taking photos? Dude, please don't dox me. Me IRL. Like, low-key, I should have went back to my hotel room and like, done. Is there anybody fucking taking photos? Dude, please don't dox me. Dude, please don't dox me. Like, low-key, me. Like, low-key, I should have went back to my hotel room and like, changed my clothes or something. Yeah, I could have brought. Yeah, okay. See, like, I didn't realize. I didn't realize I was gonna. And I was larping as a Churchy fan. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think Churchy was gonna dox me. I was like, oh my god, Churchy, I'm your #1 fan. And then said, okay, dox time. That's what Churchy said. If I realized, I would have brought like a hoodie, right? I put like a hat on, some glasses, a mask. Yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm trying. Okay, so this one also. Should I keep this part, or should I just like keep it down to like a minute? So how you doing? How you doing, E-Tech? What's good? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of keep, even though I know like that there's a difference between you and like this other person named ET, aka David's quote unquote surveillance guy. I can't, for some reason, I can't help but see you guys as one and the same. And I think and I think I know. I mean, I feel like I know the difference now, obviously, but ET legit scares me sometimes because there's times it's not often you get to jump like not often people will get the jump on me. I've talked about it numerous times. There's not a lot of times where people get the jump on me, but ET somehow finds a way to kind of pop in at times where I least expect. You know?
I went back to my hotel room and like changed my clothes or something.
Yeah, difference between E-Tech and ET. So
Change my clothes or something. But yeah,
yeah, I hope we're doing well, E-Tech.
thing. But
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna assume that I could probably maybe I could cut this out, but at the same time, it does ask why he didn't just like wear a mask or whatnot. Which I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't bother with this one because over here, yeah, I'm doing okay, doing good.
Okay, so Staz was at WeebCon, okay? Obviously,
So I also might need to redo the re-record like the video from me and Toads because you could
I
tell
recognize
the encoding on this one definitely looks horrible.
him because I've hung out with Staz before.
Yeah.
Because I've hung out with Staz before. I didn't even ask him for his name, right? When we finished talking, I pulled up his name on my screen, and he's like, "Yo, what the heck?" I was like, "Oh, sorry, wait, you're trying to be incognito." And then I freaking immediately took it off. And then after that, oh my god, I got an earful. I got an earful from Staz, but like it was deserved because I accidentally like doxed him.
So so with this intro, right now as it stands, the whole context is like a minute's worth of context. But I kind of figure maybe I could probably trim this down to like 30 because I think most people probably understand the point, like the whole point of it. Like they'll get it. Like so. So maybe if I trim this down, and then just like switch over to Dark Knight's footage of this, and then
Accidentally like doxed him.
Dad's got dogs. Oh wait, did Churchy talk about that?
Accidentally like doxed him.
okay, maybe it was cut down a bit too early.
Like doxed him.
Dad's got dogs. Oh wait, did Churchy talk about that? Did Churchy talk about that? That was so fucking funny. Basically, at some point, okay, Stas came up and said hi. And like, you know, I've met Stas, so I know what he looks like. So I was like, hey, what up? And I was like, if it isn't Cupid's father. And then he literally looked at me and he was like, stop, stop. Stop, don't say that. There's so many VTuber fans here. Stop, I don't. Stop, stop. There's so many VTuber fans here. And I was like, if it isn't Cupid's father. And then he literally looked at me and he was like, stop, stop. There's so many VTuber fans here. Stop, I don't say that. There's so. Known as Stas.
I got
Stop. Stop, don't say that. There's so many VTuber fans here. Stop.
okay, so
There's so many VTuber fans here. Stop. I don't want to be known as Stas.
okay, that one was probably slightly cut off here. So let me just. All right.
Yeah. Stop.
And then transition over to there. So.
Stop.
I got doxed. Yeah.
Okay, so
I got doxed. Yeah. I got doxed. Yeah, a little bit. tomfoolery. So I missed Shumi's because I was eating barbecue, and I came back at like 1:30 at the meet and greet. I was waiting for everybody to be okay. So at the meet and greet, I was waiting for everybody to be okay. So come back 1:30. I was like, I'll wait for like everybody to. And then, I go to church. It's like, hey, waiting for everybody to be okay. So back at like 1:30 at the meet and greet. I was waiting for everybody to be okay. So come back 1:30. I was like, I'll wait for like the meet and greet. I was waiting for everybody at the meet and greet. Come back 1:30. I was like, meet and greet.
All right, so
Like 1:30 at the meet and greet. Come back 1:30. I was like, I'll wait for like everybody to. And then, I go to church. It's like, I'll wait for like back 1:30. I was like, oh, 1:30 at the meet and greet. And then, I go to church. It's like, hey, what up, churchy? I go to church.
wait.
30 at the meet and greet. And then, I go to church and greet. And then, I go to church. It's
Okay, a bit too abrupt
at
there.
the meet and greet. And then, I go to church. It's like, hey, what up, churchy? Blah blah. And then afterwards, I still does it. She asks. And then afterwards, I still because churchy's meet and greet. She has this like the little pop up thingy. I think what she does is she asks like, hey, what's your name? And then she has this like the little pop up thingy. I think what she does is she asks like, hey, what's your name? And then she puts up the name and then pops up. So when you take a photo of her, she has like your name there. So and pops up. So when you take a photo of her, she has like your name there. So I talked to Churchy, blah blah blah, and then the guy says, "Okay, camera time." It's like, okay. Before I turn around for the picture, before I turn around for the picture, I see her. Before I turn around for the picture, I see her name, and then the guy says, "Okay, camera time." It's like, okay. Before I turn around for the picture, I see.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Before I turn around for the picture, I see her name pop up, and then like I turn forward to a photo, and I was like, wait a minute. I turn around, I was like, Churchy, what the? You cannot do this to me, Churchy. I think in a vacuum, it's okay, right? Because like if the other lines was like some other VTuber that's like not vacuum, it's okay. Right? Because like if the other line in a vacuum, it's okay. If the other lines was like some other VTuber that's like not very not very swarm adjacent, right? But the thing is, her meet and greet ends at like decent, right? And then Ellie's meet and greet starts at 2. Her line was forming right next to Churchy's. Yeah, so like when the guy says, all right, time for a picture, I was like, okay. I give him my phone, and I see Churchy pop up my name, and then I was turning forward for the phone, and that's right when I saw
what's
the
good?
name, I was like, I turn around, I was like, Churchy, what the fuck are you doing? The name, I was like, I turn around, I was like, Churchy. Churchy, what? Churchy, what?
Pizza Singer was good. Not much. Just completely running on literal caffeine, and now I'm trying to get work in between all this. So,
Like,
yeah.
I turn around, I was like, Churchy, what the fuck are you doing? You're trying to get me killed here. And then she took it down in like 2 seconds. And I was like, okay, all right, I guess we have a picture. And then afterwards, like, hey, Shumi, hey, guess what just happened? Guess what just happened? I got the 2 for. It's like, hey, Shumi, guess what just happened? I got the 2 for 1 Shumi Churchy tag team. Yeah, that was
Spooky, thank you for 111 bits. Do not raise your tips up for me. It's too early in the morning. First off, but also, just don't. Not that I don't appreciate, but please keep your tips away from the long cat.
team. Yeah, that was that was something. And then I was telling Ellie, You never believe what just happened. Let me trauma dump you. What happened to me 30 minutes ago? That's what happened in the churchy meet and greet. But let me trauma dump you. What just happened? Let me.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, the barbecue's definitely making me extra hungry.
Let me trauma dump you. What happened to me 30 minutes ago? That's what happened in the churchy meet and greet. It happened on.
Also, thank you for the 7 stream streak, Spooky Shriek for and tips out. Great, thank you. I guess. Thank you, Mr. Spooky Ron.
Easter, right? Sunday. It was like, I cannot believe you Judased me on Easter. That's crazy. Easter, right? Sunday. It was like, I cannot believe you Judased me on Easter. It's like, I cannot believe you Judased me on Easter. That's crazy. Jesus did not die for this. For this. But yeah, that was my getting harassed and doxxed by VTuber experience. It was yeah, that was my getting harassed and doxxed by VTuber experience. It was something. It was something. You know, like experience. It was something. It was something. You know, like when Jumi, you know, first doxed me, I was texting something. You know, like when Shumi, you know, first doxed me, I was texting her afterwards, like, bro, you're gonna get me killed. When Shumi, you know, like when Shumi, you know, first doxed me, it was something. When Shumi, when it was something. When Shumi, you know, first doxed me, I was texting her afterwards, like, bro, you're gonna get me killed out here. And I was telling Cupid, like, bro, you see her afterwards, like, bro. Oh, you're gonna get me killed out here.
That's probably too close. That's too close of a zoom in. Okay.
Bro, you see her afterwards, like, bro, you're gonna get me killed out. You're here afterwards, like, bro, you're gonna get me killed out here. And I was telling Cupid, it's like 100 years of the Shimini. Telling Cupid, it's like 100 years of the Shiminian curse, dude. Cupid's like 100 years of the Shiminian curse, dude. Like it was, dude.
But yeah, now that you name dropped Cupid, now I'm kind of curious if Cupid had talked about this. If that's the case, should I include it on there? Because even as it stands, it's not gonna be like entirely necessary. Like, you know, a lot of what's been said has been said. A lot of what's done's been done. But yeah,
Like it was.
I always usually like adding as much as I can by default.
Cooked. It was cooked. Let me find. It was cooked. It was. Like it was cooked. It was cooked. Let me find it. Where's this? Someone cooked. Someone clipped it. I think Churchy like was showing. It was cooked. Like it was cooked. It was cooked. Let me find it. Where's this? Someone clipped it. I think Churchy like was showing it. I think Churchy like was showing me this. I think like at the moment, at the time when it happened, it was kind of stressful-ish. I was like, Monka, dude, how many fucking it's over. It's like ish. I was like, Monka, dude.
Okay. Actually, I need a picture of the monk cat. I think I have an idea for this one. Copy paste that.
I was like, I was like, monk.
One day you're getting that Avi cert. Today isn't that day. Listen. Ideally, you can live life without it. Spooky. You can live life without it.
I was like, monka, dude. Monk, monka, dude. How many fucking people saw it? Monka. Monka. It's over. I think.
Lies of a lot. There's nothing lie. I'm not lying, Spooky. I'm not lying. I never would lie.
It's over. I think it's like it happened. It's whatever. It's just funny story. People saw it. Monka. It happened. It's whatever. It's over. I think it's like it happened. It's whatever. It's just funny story now. I guess like it happened, but it's like you really can't do much. It's like tragedies. When it happens and it happened, you really can't do much. It happened. You really can't do much. You really can't do much.
Oh shit. Okay.
Much. It's like tragedies. When it happens and then it's kind of when it happens and then it's kind of and then when it happens and then it's kind of sad, but like you give it you give it like a little while and it's like that's kind of funny, but at the moment I was a little bit monkaing. It was like, Churchy, what the fuck have you done? Is there anybody fucking taking photos? Churchy, what? At the moment I was a little bit monkaing. It was like, Churchy, what the fuck have you done? Is there anybody fucking taking photos? Please don't dox me. Taking photos. Please. Don't dox me. Like, I should have went back to my hotel room and like changed my clothes or something. But yeah, that was yeah, that was but my clothes or something. Yeah, that was
But yeah. But yeah, this part I feel like probably would be a good way to kind of cut like end the clip there, but obviously there was like other stuff that they were talking about, like why I didn't wear the mask, but
yeah, I could have brought okay. See, like I didn't realize I was gonna get dogs, right? If I did, I would have brought more equipment. I was LARPing as a Churchy fan. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think Churchy was gonna dox me. I was like, oh my god, Churchy, I'm your #1 fan. And then said, okay, dox time. That's what Churchy said. If I realized, I would brought like a hoodie, right? I put like a hat on, some glasses, a mask. Yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah. See, like I didn't realize I was gonna get dogs.
or
right?
I could just like move this to the end, even though like it's chronologically, doesn't really make it's technically obvious, but I kind of figured, what was said was what was said.
Change my clothes or something. Yeah, I could have brought. Yeah, okay. See, like I didn't realize I was gonna get dogs, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I could have brought. Yeah, okay. See, like, I didn't realize. Yeah, okay. See, like, I didn't realize. I didn't realize I was gonna get doxxed. I didn't realize. Okay. See, like, I didn't realize I was gonna get doxxed. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize I was gonna get doxxed, right? If I did, I would have brought more equipment, right? If I did, I would have
Alright.
I would have brought more equipment. I would have brought more equipment. I was LARPing as a Churchy fan. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think Churchy was gonna dox me. I was like, oh my god, Churchy! Oh my god, Churchy! I'm your #1 fan. And then says, okay, dox time. Okay, dox time. That's what Churchy said. If I dox time. Dox time. That's what Churchy said. If I realized, I would have brought like a hoodie, right? Put like a hat on, some glasses, a mask. Yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was hoodie, right? Put like a hat on, some glasses, a mask. Yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah, yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah, I should.
Okay, so copy, paste, freeze the frame here, and then crop that down, and then probably work. Why am I awake now? Did I wake at like 5 a.m. to? To be fair, not quite, Dylan. It's more like I was up for like the last near 24 hours, and I can't sleep throughout the entire night because of the fact that I over OD'd on caffeine. So yeah. I was like, I might as well, if I can't sleep now, I might as well just do some work, right? I might as well try to make something today. I thought not quite because you replied to me and not serious. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, I tried, but the problem was I couldn't actually get myself to, yeah. As it turns out, because when you drink nothing but like gamer subs and iced coffee, you kind of find yourself in a situation where sleeping is next to impossible. And you think I probably would have learned that by now, but yeah, you know. Any love for Code Miko? I mean, I like what Code Miko. I used to watch a little bit of Code Miko. I was that like I thought like her stuff was kind of interesting in the sense that like her trying to like I definitely remember her doing like what I think was like the speed dating thing that she was doing like while she was like wearing her tech and talking to like what I presume was like AI, like something more akin to like AI chatbots where they were trying to, I don't know. It was a combination of that, like some sort of crowd control. I definitely remember that part. I remember watching a little bit. Maybe it's a parallel community kind of thing, but never heard of her stuff reference that she used for showing the text. I wouldn't know about the Jews part though, but I do know that I haven't really heard from Miko like in the grand like in the mainstream elements since, you know? Like in the sense that like because I don't know, I just haven't really heard a lot of her stuff lately. Like you hear like a whole lot of news like the last year or so, but I don't know. Miko's been relatively like at least like on my end, though, she's relatively like low key, you know. I mostly drink water, one Coke Zero. Yeah, they were kind of different. Yeah, to be fair, I feel like it's not really. Maybe the issue is like because of the fact that she's not technically a VTuber. like she is like technically like okay, she technically is, but it's like she's not like what you kind of fit the mold for like what you expect from YouTubers. And now and I think half nowadays half her streams is just her basically being live action. So, or not live action. I mean, Flesh Super. Nowadays she kind of just like does that. Try game subs once at Twitch. Yeah, honestly, a lot of it's gonna be based on the flavor, and to be fair, most of the flavors are gonna be like incredibly like candy esque. You know, like if you don't like, if you don't like how Kool Aid would taste, or like, if you don't like any of those artificial candy flavors, you definitely probably would not like gamer subs. But I mean, I feel like that's just part of the market. Like because a lot of the market definitely is going to cater towards like the younger demographic, and most of the younger demographic still like can't still
Yeah.
like the ultra sweet stuff. We only have Kool Aid here. Straight up does exist and not allowed to import. There's probably a reason. you know, a lot of artificial coloring alone probably would be enough of a reason. To be fair, especially if it's like red 40. It's probably because it's red 40, but also because like it is mostly just like artificial dyes, sugars, and a little bit of flavor on top of that. So, but yeah, if you're not like used to that particular taste, I know if you're not gonna like that taste, you're probably not gonna like the gamer subs. To be fair, bunch of gamer subs didn't even drop the band. Listen, if not that I would ever have a gamer subs promo code, because I'm pretty sure I probably would have shilled the hell out of that. The same way I would shield the hell out of the Marbles career code. Use code Shinsa, by the way. Or I would. I almost hate, and I talked about this before. I hate the idea of having to use a word that I particularly do not like, but at this point, it'd be insane not to, right? And that's the idea of like, oh, like use code uppies for your next 10% off or something. And like, I'm gonna hate it, but I know but it's also noble. It's a notable promo code, to be fair.
Yeah, it's churchy.
So it is how it is. Do not use code uppies, mostly because I don't have the rights to the code or anything of the sort. But if I use it, but if I have any other code that's gamer subs or otherwise, maybe we'll take under consideration. But in the meantime, I only got the Marvels code, and that's code Shinsta.
Yeah.
And before anybody asks, no, I'm not using code Peggy's either. Just drop them all. Yeah, I was just gonna probably Photoshop. Honestly, I could have sworn I already did this before, but I could have sworn I photoshopped like nearly everybody that that I'm usually like watch. Like I usually just kind of put all their names into one sitting. Marvel's Ambassador. I'm sure there's a square hole, round peg. I'm sure. Just drop it all. But yeah, if you do, however, want to get 10% off of your next Scammer Subs order, please use code BUGS or code BUTT or code wait, what's Churchy's? Like, was it Warm Power or was it just Churchy? I kind of forgot. Code, I assume Minis is Mini, and yeah. Code, yeah, Bugs, Butt, Churchy, Mini. Indeed. Use code BUTT for 10% off. Use code BUGS as well. I'm surprised server doesn't actually have a gamer subs code. Almost makes Bugs, Butt, Churchy, Mini. Yeah, and all oddly fits. All oddly fits. Churchy Butt Bugs Mini. Indeed.
Yeah, it's churchy. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You could probably admit the yeah on this one.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
All right, let me also check somebody a certain Clippers channel real quick. I because sometimes I always tell myself I'm gonna do like a clip, and then only to find out somebody else did the clip. And while nothing really stops me from doing my version of the clip, I usually it's like I don't know. Maybe that's just stingy on my end, but I always never like having to duplicate like do like another version of like of a clip that's already out there. So I'm like, oh, maybe that's just like stingy on my end though. Oh, let me allow that. You can almost call this a butt plug. I yeah. For lack of a better response, yeah. Although I don't know. Okay, look, I'm not gonna say this is gonna be a possibility because it's not gonna be a possibility. But if I were to get some, but if I were to ever be offered a sponsorship that's on a more questionable, let's say so category, I think I probably would almost certainly use a certain code that I definitely would not prefer to use. I know that doesn't make sense, like what I'm saying, but you know, I was not even thinking about Fat Dragon. Also, Code Longcast would probably be the best one. But also, I was definitely not thinking Bad Dragon. I was not thinking Bad Dragon. I was, but Spooky had talked about the whole thing regarding butt plug. You know what I mean. Anyways, I should probably stop. I'm gonna stop myself because it's early in the morning. I think I could kind of get away with with saying certain things in the dead of night, but I don't think I can do it now. I probably should cease. I'm getting better at that, Wolf. To be fair, I am trying on my end. I have been trying to stop myself from making things worse. I have been trying. It's not okay. You know, waiting for Wolf to. To be fair, I think if Wolf had his way, he probably would have banned you and Zen a while ago. He probably, but the problem is like half the time, I usually just stream when there's no other mods around. So mostly because they have actual sleep schedules. So you guys have been relatively safe. Well, I'm not sure about today. You know, he just knows Zen and me too well. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, he can smell a bozo from a mile away, and they are far from pleasant smelling. To be fair, they're not as bad smelling as the Shumanians, but they're definitely there. The smell's definitely there.
That was
Also, I just realized I completely forgot that I have the self-cessed fan art on the lower left-hand corner that I forgot who made that Chris made for me. So yeah. To be fair, I think honestly it doesn't look as bad. To be fair, I think nobody would. People just think this is a nice little friendship piece. Nobody would think that I was an orange cat once upon a time. I think it'll be fine. Self sex. Listen, they always tell you it's really fits. Listen, look, Zen's thankfully not here, so yeah, I don't think he would have noticed. Also, oh well, McDillon has, however. So yeah, don't worry, don't worry. Anyways, nobody's gonna really know any bit different with this art. They're just gonna think, it's just two friends holding hands. What's not to love? Well, if you can't ban the streamer, you can't ban the long cat. Listen, the long cat is immune, especially on my streams. And Wolf fans and stuff. Okay, well, I certainly was not expecting well, it is what it is. Also, I have not seen Wolf Lagoon for a while, to be fair.
yeah, that was yeah, that was
Oh, well, at least Wolf will go and. I mean, it's a long suffering. Oh, so it was Pesto. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a good run while it lasted for him, but yeah, it is what it is. You can't ban the long cat. Listen, I'm too long to be banned. All right. So this is exactly why I need to show off my length as much as I can, because as the primal instincts goes, usually the bigger the size, usually that's more to scare off the people, scare off any potential predators and prey, and sorry, so it's primal instincts. There's a reason why I've stayed long as I need to. Oh, hello, Pesto. Just hammer every part of his body except his rear. I do not I don't listen. There's no merit truth to it. Okay, Big Dylan. There's still never any truth to it. Giraffes are scary. Well, thankfully Kyoko's not here, so it's fine. Anyways, speaking of pegging, saying as it sounds. Speaking of pegging, I have to do something about the last couple much of what happened this week. Unfortunately, the pegging bit has broke into the Shiminian community, and now it's admittedly a little harder to try to contain it now, especially since Shimimi keeps bringing it up, or she brought it up again not too long ago. I I blame Ermi for this one. I blame Ermi. I've never gone to the community. Don't worry, you're fine, Dylan. I know you're bozo at heart, and even bozos. I like to think even bozos would never go out their way to uh to undermine me. Although Zen has proven that otherwise to me on numerous occasions. But yeah, don't worry. He will show up whenever he is needed for a laugh. Indeed, Wolf Lagoon, I assume.
Yeah.
What if I went nuclear for a moment? Define nuclear, because I don't think I ever seen go anywhere even close to lukewarm. So I'm kind of curious what nuclear would be like with you. Oh, okay. Well, with that note, actually, thank you for that. I do. I appreciate that. Actually, see, this is why you have the head mod spot. Even when I probably could have just taken it away from you later on, I never doubt your instincts, Wolf. Never have, never will. Did he actually ban Zen or Emmy? No, but he did. He did, however, ban a. I would consider temporary, but I think it's actually funny to strike fear into the world this way. I mean, you gotta show that the wolf. You gotta show that this wolf has fangs. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, sharp teeth. Yeah, no, I get it. But yeah, Dylan, he didn't ban Zen or Emmy. However, he did ban a certain word that I actually approve of. So thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Anyways, let me, okay. Anyways, thank you, Wolf. Thank you. Even if it's temporary, I'll take it. I need to get at least one dub to this week, and I don't know how much pegging bits I could still deal with this week. Yeah, thank you, Automod. I won't even allow it, so sorry, guys. Just for okay, I can't. Okay, here's the worst part though. Even in spite of Wolf doing the right thing here, I still can't help but feel. And now I think I'm seeing the core issue here. I need to put my foot down. I need to put my little toe beans down, and assert my authority. Uh, to the best of my abilities. I'm not digging, contrary to popular belief, but I have to be assertive. I think that's the most important thing.
Okay, 见秀.
Also, so yeah, I just maybe so I think with this one I could say this is probably good enough, right? I probably should add the title of the original clips in question, and then yeah, just ban everything that adds with at this point. Oh, also, Wolf, I don't know if you could ban like 2-letter like terms, but ideally, if you could ban the word bully boners, I think that might also help too. I mean, if it's possible, because I know bullies, it's a long story. This one, just it's associated with Zen. So, how in the fuck do you spell that? Bully. Yeah, basically that. Look, to be fair, there's no merit. Again, much like everything else, there's no merit truth to what was said about this. It's just that I said something that involved the word bully boners, and Zen somehow believed that I was talking about, getting bully boners, and I don't know. Zen's, I applaud Zen's loyalty and willingness to kind of stick around here for as long as he did. Of course, the origins because there's no truth to it. Also, welcome in, Elrin. What's good? The internet's fucked up. So they'll take anything you say out of context. Uh, you know, why did you pick that word? Do you literally just said that you said? Okay, I said the words. I didn't mean it in like. If I didn't mean it in that particular term, at least I like to think that was the case. Uh, you know. Also, good morning, Fiji. I hope you're doing well. I'm actually here. Actually here in the actual during the actual day for once. So I don't know. Be proud of me. be proud of me, please. Although to be fair, PNG, I'm also kind of hopped up on like I'm hopped up on iced coffee and gamer subs too. By the way, what was I up all night? Yes, mostly because I drank the whole lot of caffeine. Iced coffee and a whole lot of gamer subs can do that to you. And surprisingly, and maybe a couple droplets of 5-hour energy. What little I have left. You're gonna need a little cat nap. I think I'm gonna need a massive one. And honestly, I'm kind of curious to see how long because I feel like a crash will definitely be inevitable. I can't, I don't know when, but I'll definitely know, and I definitely won't crash on stream. Hopefully it won't crash on stream. So hopefully. So when you co-stream chat, can we go into your chat and drop the P? I would hope that's not the case, but I feel like that depends. Because I think if anything gets banned, I figure if certain terms or people get banned, I feel like that applies to share chat, right? Actually, maybe not so much with banned people, but maybe with banned words. So, or probably not. I guess not. Okay, well, it is what it is then. But yeah, PNG have been up for like I've been up since like 11 a.m. last night, so we'll see how this goes. I'm still not dead ass tired though, to be fair. But don't worry though. I will go to sleep. Hopefully, maybe. Pent up peg. Listen, we're not. Oh, that is undoubtedly clever. Spooky. That is clever. That is insanely clever. Anyways, so yeah, we'll just use. So like I said, we'll already use like 2 already established clips. Hopefully, the clippers in general here will be okay with that. Hopefully, I feel like it'd be a non-issue, right? Because if I kind of figure as long as I credit them for their edits and whatnot, I figured this is not going to be an issue, right? So, what's Lazad? Welcome in. And Wolf, thank you for blocking the variants. Uh, by mini. Energy a week. Okay.
Stas got dogs.
Oh wow, that's wait. There we go.
Actually,
Got
But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I feel like I almost never see you, or I never see you come in as often. Although, to be fair, it's understandable. I know my hours can be a bit all over the place. A bit all over the place, admittedly.
I don't want to be known as Stas. Stop.
I got
Okay.
and he's like, "Yo, what the heck?" I was like, "Oh, sorry, wait, you're accidentally like doxed him."
Stas got dogs.
Today is the day for my. Here's the thing. Yeah, Spooky, you could try, but you also gotta make it clear. There's also you have to understand. Uh, certificates are still sort of backlogged at the moment, so it might take a good while. Gotta keep in mind, even if you were to somehow win. Yeah. Also, but the good news though is at least with the VIP badges. Oh wait, did you? No, there's no way you won. Oh wait, you did win. Wait, did you? Oh, I'm trying to look up chat like via OBS, but it won't actually let me win because everyone keeps typing peg, even though Alma keeps blocking every single term that's in the existence. Yeah, the last couple minutes, I've been. Oh, okay. Well, Sugiwan, congratulations. Sorry, yeah, it wouldn't let me go up because everyone kept typing. Everyone kept typing the banned words. Yeah, might be too wide of a filter though. Yeah. Well, oh well, it is what it is. Honestly, like I said, I'm gonna enjoy for as long as I can because I feel like inevitably this will probably disappear. Yeah.
Stas got dogs. Oh wait, did Churchy talk?
Okay. There we go.
Fans here, stop! I don't want to. Oh.
I got doxed. Yeah. I got doxed. Yeah, a little bit tomfoolery. So I miss you. I got doxed. Yeah. A little bit. I got doxed. Yeah, a little bit tomfoolery. So I missed Shumi's because I was eating barbecue, and I came back at like 1:30 at the meet and greet, and then I go up to Churchy, saying, "Hey, what up, Churchy?" Blah blah blah, and then afterwards, right? So because Churchy's meet and greet, she has this like the little pop up thingy. I think what she does is she asks like, "Hey, what's your name?" And then she puts up the name, and then pops up.
Torchic,
So when
what's
you take a
good?
photo of her, she has like your name there. So I talked to Churchy, blah blah blah, and then the guy says, "Okay, camera time." It's like, okay. Before I turn around for the picture, I see her like, okay. Before I turn around for the picture, I see her name pop up, and then like I turn forward to the photo, and I was like, wait a minute. Picture. I see her name pop up, and then like I turn forward to the photo, and I was like, wait a minute. I turn around. Name pop up. I turn forward to the photo, and I was like, wait a minute. I turn around. I was like, Churchy, what the? You cannot do this to me, Churchy. I think in a vacuum, it's okay. And I was like, wait a minute. I turn around. I was like, Churchy, like, Churchy, what the? You cannot do this to me, Churchy. I think in a vacuum, it's okay. I was like, Churchy, what the? You cannot do this
What's up? Well, good morning, Underfighter. I hope you're doing well.
to me, Churchy.
Hey,
I
well,
think
good
in a
luck.
vacuum, it's okay. If the other lines was like some other VTuber that's like not very swarm adjacent, right? But the thing is, her meet and greet. Okay, but the thing is, her meet and greet ends at. But the thing is, her meet. adjacent, right? But the thing is, her meet and greet ends at like 2, and then Ellie's starts at 2. Her line was forming right next to Churchy's. Yeah, so like when the guy says, "All right, time for a picture," I was like, "Okay." I give him my phone, and I see Churchy pop up my name, and then I was turning forward for the phone, and that's right when I saw the name. I was like,
Welcome in,
I
I am
turned around, I was
viewer.
like, Churchy, what the fuck are you doing? You're trying to get me killed here. And then she took it down in like 2 seconds. And I was like, okay, all right, I guess we can have a picture. And then afterwards, like, hey, Shumi, guess what just happened? I got the 2-for-1.
Do I listen to a story? I'm willing to listen. I'm all ears though.
Shumi
So.
Churchy Dogs tag team. Yeah, that was that was something. And then I was telling Ellie, you never believe what just you never believe what just happened.
Okay, well, I'm like I said, I'm willing to listen, but if this goes into some awkward territory, I might have to stop you. Just just warn you there, just in case.
And I was telling Ellie, you never believe what just happened. Let me trauma dump you. What happened to me 3 minutes ago? That's what happened in the Churchy meeting
I thought you were midriff. Yeah, indeed.
and greed. It happened on Easter, right? Sunday. It was like, I cannot believe you Judas me on Easter. That's crazy. Jesus did not die for this. But yeah, that was my Jesus did not die for this. But yeah, that was my getting harassed and doxxed by VTuber experience. It was something. It was something. When Shumi, first doxed me, I was texting her afterwards like, bro, you're gonna get me killed out here. And I was telling Cupid, it's like 100 years of the Shuminian curse, dude. Like it was cooked. It was cooked. Someone clipped it. I think Churchy like was showing me this. I think like at the moment, at the time when it happened, it was kind of stressful-ish. I was like, Monka, dude, how many fucking people saw?
All right, so okay, well, nice little Monka fake picture, but also, yeah, I don't know.
Monka, dude.
I keep telling myself, yeah, I should probably. There's some clips where I have to keep like relatively simple with certain things, but at the same time,
How many fucking people saw it?
it doesn't need to be
Monka.
overtly.
It's over. I
like
think it's
overly
like
edited,
it happened.
You know?
It's whatever. It's just funny story now, I guess. Like it happened. You really can't do much. It's like tragedies. When it happens, and then it's kind of sad. But like you give it like a little while, and it's like that's kind of funny. But at the moment, I was a little bit monkaing. It was like, Churchy, what the fuck have you done? Is there anybody fucking taking photos? Dude, please don't dox me. Like low key, I should have went back to my hotel room and like changed my clothes or something. Yeah, I could have brought. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize I was gonna get doxxed, right? If I did, I would have brought more equipment. I was larping as a Churchy fan. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think Churchy was gonna dox me. I was like, oh my god, Churchy, I'm your #1 fan. And then said, okay, dox time. That's what Churchy said. If I realized, I would have brought like a hoodie, right? Put like a hat on, some glasses, a mask. Yeah, I should. Yeah, it's Churchy. Yeah, yeah. That was yeah, Churchy.
Probably trim down a little more,
Churchy. Yeah.
or not. I don't know. Honestly, to be fair, the topic of doxing is always gonna be like, it's always gonna be relatively like, to be fair, the whole thing with doxing in general is just always going to be serious. It should be kind of treated a little more seriously because depending on the person, especially in the realm of VTubing, it's not like it's where incognito and like keeping anonymity within that range. It's always going to be relatively, for most. I think for a good chunk of people, it's always going to be serious. And obviously, it's Daz's case. He obviously did has always kind of treated that with like serious concerns, like whatever the idea of it. But yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out how one would react once they're doxxed. Yeah. So Interesting. Also, interesting story, viewer. Interesting story. I haven't seen about where you live. The village isn't known, but you can find out where you. If you do a little, yeah. If I do a little digging, the word still triggers me. But I get if I get your point, Dylan. The idea was basically, you I have always kind of valued my privacy too. Like, I usually will kind of go out my way to not like to try not to like overtly pinpoint where I live, or like keep things as a can't you find out? Well, that's kind of the other thing. The whole thing with Ellie's kind of made it clear she lives in New York, and I think and half of the idea is basically banking on the idea that she, because New York is like the big, like one of the largest, if not the largest city in like the U.S. The chances of trying to actually pinpoint her location is always going to be relatively, it's slim to nil to slim, And she did say she recently moved. She was like, she had recently moved, so it's got, nobody's going to know where she lives now, right now. So I have no privacy though. I have parasocial sensors, and my Vax one finally posted a few days. Yeah, don't live in Texas. Yeah, I did. I did say that I didn't live in Texas. Otherwise, I definitely would have been at WeebCon, for sure, for sure. You know. Yeah. Although to be fair, I always kind of worry about, but that's the thing though, because like how the series matter regarding like about with like doxing and I always get concerned whenever the clips wherever there's like clips of people talking about like being doxed and whatnot, because you know like for example, I was kind of always on the fence of and like kind of an admin, when it comes about like Ellie talking about how she, about the times where she nearly got doxxed or whatever, because I feel like on one hand it does make for an interesting or funny or whatever clip, but at the same time, I feel like there's always that subset of people that are always gonna like, see that as like, Ellie's just like, not being concerned enough about like her own privacy or whatever, for example. And like, May's the only one that doesn't follow me, and she found my tweet about instantly. Yeah, Kobo. Yeah, because between like the LinkedIn stuff and you know the whole thing regarding like you know, and Elliot kind of mentioned that there have been people that kind of found her through those means too, and like, and I'm like, and I know, like, for most part, people are kind of taking stride that she hadn't made it clear that she does take, she would probably take matters like these seriously. But it's always like, you know, you always want to be careful about stuff like that. Even like, regardless if you're like a VTuber or streaming or just like if you have like a public presence, you always want to be careful with like what gets put out there. And I could probably go on like the whole tangent about like the doxing clips, because I kind of have always and I was kind of an adamant against the idea of putting something like that out generally because of the fact that you know uh especially because when it comes to VTubing, even if it doesn't seem like you're not taking too much of a concern. I don't know. I always worried that there's always that small subset of people where like if someone puts out a clip saying that they're not afraid of being doxxed or that they nearly got doxxed, so and they talk about how they got doxxed or whatever, I always worried about the ramifications of that, you know so which is why I kind of always kind of been adamant about not posting anything regarding that when it comes to like Ellie's talk about stuff like that, because it's feel like that might feel like that tends to bring potential trouble. Like for example, like when I don't know, I've been kind of adamant against it for a long time. So we have autism. I think it's worse. I'm afraid of being doxxed. Yeah, I can imagine how that would be. So But yeah, I think it's always kind of been like a relatively touchy subject, especially because like uh the whole thing with doxing in general is like I don't know. It's a case of like some people are gonna like take it in this in a lighthearted manner, but other people definitely have had situations where things have kind of really worst case scenario things like there's stalking issues and whatnot, and like I don't know.
Say
It's always been a messy subject, the whole thing in general. So it usually is, yeah. Usually is. It's why like which is generally why again if you're like a public if you have like a public presence yeah, and you're like concerned about not and you do have like some level of concern of your like stuff, you definitely want to make sure you go out your way to not yeah for, to not overtly share too much, right? But at the same time, if it's not that much of a concern, then it is what it is. But I feel like especially like if you get like relatively more more well known, like if you're like you become more notable and you're just like really to a point where people see you in that level of fame that they would see like certain VTubers, then yeah, it could be yeah, it'll be a thing, like for lack of a better term. Yeah, you always want to be extra careful. I don't all publish my VODs for this reason. Yeah, or if you publish things of kind, yeah. I mean, you would think, but honestly, I feel like it doesn't matter if you're like if you publish lewd stuff or if you publish like if you're lewd or if you're a lewd tuber or if you're like say so. I feel like stalking is not really gonna yeah, especially with the when it comes to like people being creepy or overtly stalkerish. It's going to yeah, I feel like that will affect anybody regardless of what content they do. So and if it, you know because even like with say so stuff, it's always gonna be like that's still it's still gonna have fans, and most fans are gonna be respectful, or at least respectful enough not to like you know become overtly parasocial, but sometimes but there's always a smaller subset. Those gotta worry. I don't think I don't think your boss needs to. Okay, well, I can't allow that because I feel like I'll re-allow that term. But I'll just say, I don't think my boss needs to know. I don't think your boss needs to know about your views on pegging. I will say, go as far as say, yeah, I agree. Although, unless your boss is strangely into that, like I said, we don't judge here. I want to say we don't judge here. Although, uh, yeah. Anyways, anyways, I kind of more or less done with this one. So, allow individual messages won't read aloud terms unless you click the option after to add term. Oh, okay. Well, I still won't allow this one, but I already kind of said already. So, yeah, don't worry. Spooky, don't worry. Your boss will never need to know about your opinions on pegging a random long cat on the internet. You don't need to worry. God, I hope you don't worry. I knew it would get caught. Yeah, I know. I think we all knew. Uh, anyways, but yeah. Anyways, this is kind of more or less done. Maybe I'll try to put this out later. We'll see. Like I said, I was kind of curious to see if anybody else. I was kind of curious whether I should put this out now or if I should just like put this out. Like because I feel like the boys, the Balding crew, would definitely eventually talk about what happened at WeCon, like everything that happened. On like this coming Sunday. So I was kind of curious if that was like. I was kind of curious if I should just wait it out, if I should just like put this out now. But on the other hand, I did already went out of my way to kind of make it, so I don't know. I don't know. So Chop Chop, how are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Anyways, but more or less I'm kind of done with this one.
Listen, I'm in the Fox chair, so I want to see some action.
there probably won't be that much action. To be fair, there probably won't be that much action. However, why no? Because it's more. Look, no one wants to see action in the morning. I would assume that's not the case. I don't know. Anyways, I was thinking about maybe making one more Suzuki short. Or alternatively, this particular moment for last Sunday. But I feel like that at this point, this is definitely going to be a case of me proving just how much of a masochistic pegged cat I am. Also, to be fair, I don't think this is. I honestly, I think I can kind of get away with this if I just solely focus this one on David and me. But the problem is, even if I did do something like this, I don't know. Should I even post this up on the channel, or if I should just post this over to the Discord? You know, I would deny you this on your birthday. I thought we look, friend. Listen, I can't play favorites. Chop chop. A co. Yeah, there's a reason there's a special no doxy rule. Yeah, that was the. Yeah, the code books I feel like are thorough enough that they will, like, the code books generally are just thorough enough by default. You know, like they're gonna know like the smallest of details. The user in question ironically was made a couple of, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no rule there's no harm in questioning certain things, but yeah, the rules are the rules at the end of the day. Yeah. So, like at the end of the day, like if it's a rule, it's a rule, right? So, anyways, let me see this one.
Listen, I'm in the cups chair, so I want to see some action.
Oh wait, that was the sound effect. I mean I think I've had another version somewhere here. Sorry, I used that one just for the sound alert. I forgot I had that. Anyways, where did I put that? Where did I put the Evie one? Wait, did I lose it? Wait, there's no way wait, I didn't lose it, did I? I forgot to eat. You forgot to eat, yes. I would judge you, but this is coming from a guy who also forgot to sleep throughout most of yesterday too, so it's fine. It's fine. Wolf eats. Just eat Wolf. As I try to find. Okay, well, I guess I can't find it. Oh. Wolf, are you good? Yeah, this again coming from a guy that is also questionable regarding his own self care. Are you good? You good? Okay. Okay. It's good to hear at least. Anyways, where did I put the everything? Sorry, I'm just now trying to find stuff because I can never organize half my stuff here. What's the Panda Arcade? What's good? Oh well.
Bread.
Did you hear the VTuber had ad? Yeah, I actually saw that on Twitter. Yeah. Honestly, I want to say this would be insane, but I can't help but go back to honestly, we probably have heard insaner stuff. I mean, to be fair, the robbing storage thing is definitely out there. It's not often. Again, every day you go in and you hear somebody saying they're gonna rob something while on VC. So surprised I've never ever been called on for break-in server rule. Yeah, and to say this definitely broke the rule would be the understatement of the century, now would it? Hold on, I'm kind of curious to then put up. Although I feel like I don't know. It's insane as the robbery story is, to be fair. I think also the context of like there's other stuff that people have done that make me question they make me question the sanity of certain people, you know? Yeah, also do not give birth in VC, ideally. I remember that one too. Uh, you know. I was gonna say don't make napalm in VC either, but I don't think that's what actually happened. Somebody definitely made napalm, and I won't say who in particular, but just if you know, you know. So, oh, sorry, Zila. The word Peggy says it was a VC. Oh, okay. Well, to be fair, Wolf, I didn't name the said person. To be fair, but I feel like if you know, you know. Also, Zila, I'm sorry, but the word is banned, at least for today. You know. Oh, sorry, doing Zila. I know it sounds like I'm telling no way, but can we ban tips out? Can we also ban tips out? Because I feel like this. Okay, because here's the thing: the tips out thing was almost certainly Strike. Strike was definitely the one that brought that. You know, I 1984 more than David apparently at this rate, and honestly, understandable. But that's mostly because David literally does not stream anymore. He says he will stream, but he just does not want to stream. Hello, Emmy. Hello, Emmy. I hope you're doing well, Emmy friend.
Listen,
Anyways,
I'm in the cox chair,
Like a
so I want
genuine
to see some
squid.
action.
they all wanted to see action today, but unfortunately, because it's morning where we're at, nobody needs to. I don't think anyone needs to see. Don't worry, Emmy. Emmy, it's fine. It's fine. Look, I'm not gonna judge you if you want to see action. At the end of the day, it's your life. And as the friendly potato that you are, you can choose what you do with said life. Probably.
Consistency of this one because it's like quite firm
Probably.
when I like
Maybe.
squish it, and I like the color of it at the moment. Maybe like this one in terms of like squish, like just like if we're just talking about like
Anyways, I hope you're doing well, Emmy.
pure squish. I'm like, oh, it's so nice.
He's going full dictators, banning speeches. Look, I'm not banning speech. I'm not banning free speech. Come on, guys. I'm not the evil government like other viewers who claim they are. Emmy's controlled by Emmy Court, though. Emmy Little. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Emmy. We also apparently banned free speech officially. Thank you, Wolf.
I'm your daddy.
Also, Brooke is my daddy, apparently. So, yeah. I hope you're doing well, Emmy. I hope you're doing well.
No, it does
Or, like, I hope you'll get better soon. I mean,
look really yummy. It does. And then I think I really like this one a lot right now. It does. And then it does. And then I think I
dude, I'm in the UK. I know about having free. Well, yeah. My condolences. My condolences.
this one a lot right now. I like this green donut because it's so soft. Yeah, I think I'm digging this one. Especially because it's like it has like the hole. Especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like,
USC. Oh yeah, although our level of free speech also seems to be questionable. Put it, like I said, I could go down the list here, but I could go down the rabbit hole on this one, but yeah, if you know, you know.
like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad.
Indeed.
But you know what? I don't know.
According to review, you're Paraguay. Listen. You represent the country from, no matter if it's VPN or not. Want to represent Paraguay? Well, you'll represent Paraguay. You want to represent Taiwan? You'll represent Taiwan. If you want to represent Antarctica,
Meow.
be my guest.
Meow.
Hello, none. Also, don't know the my version of the meow can't play through, but welcome in. Uh, TLDR for anyone just coming in. Again, this long cat is currently hopped up with caffeine, and he may crash within the next couple hours. So if it seems like a short stream, it probably is. It probably will be. But I just want to make that clear. Also, 3-minute ad break. Welcome in. Just in time to try to give me some of that ad revenue to the best of my ability. I was kind of debating whether or not I should just remove pre-roll ads, or if I should just allow pre-roll ads again, just for the sake of like minute 30-second like ads. Hopped up on caffeine and power. Listen again. Okay, technically free speech was banned, but that was out of my own control there. It just occurs naturally. However, I definitely am not addicted to power.
Like that! I did not! It's just nice! It's just like...
I don't know, it's just also like really soft and I like
Although the yawns are now starting to come in, so that's probably a good sign. What's next, man? Good. Listen, everyone's a good boy here, okay? Okay, everyone's a good boy. Listen, if you want the tree, I'll give you the tree. If you want to be petted, by all means, you can be petted. It was my generals that did the bad things. I would hope that was the case, Spooky One. Anyways, look, y'all are good boys and girls. Mostly good boys. You guys are good. What if you're a girl? Well, you could still be a good boy. I don't know. I feel like, you could still call your. Well, okay. I keep saying you could call yourself a little man, but to be fair, I feel like that's definitely more of an Ellieism. To be fair, because Ellie often kind of refers to herself as a little man, or or something of the sort. I feel like that's definitely an Ellieism, right? A little guy, yeah. So because of the ban, your message about who the instigator of the TO wasn't even posted.
I have something
Oh yeah, that was the case.
to say, Nito. These specific squishies are so murderable! I have broken like 4 of these! I used to have like a total of like 6 of these years ago. Easily just popped.
Okay.
Yep. Proceed to pop it right now. It is so weak. So I'm so like, oh my gosh, that scared me. I literally like poked it and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna rate. I like Nito as a brand. It's like the popular squishy brand that everybody is like hugely like.
Status clip should be called the status situation is crazy. It's not the worst style idea. Honestly, titles and thumbnails are still my absolute Achilles heel. Because there's times where I know the right thing to kind of do to kind of get as many views would be to kind of just resort to clickbait titles. Statuation would be crazy. But at the same time, I always tell myself, if I'm gonna get annoyed by by misleading thumbnails or misleading titles, what would I do the same? I don't know. So then I always end up taking forever, hours on end, trying to figure out what would be the best way to kind of make something that's not too misleading. But the problem was it feels like nowadays everybody nearly does it, and I've done it a couple times. I don't know. It takes almost forever. It's the actual to be fair, the actual cutting and editing of the clip is probably the easiest part of a clip, for me. The trying to actually sell or because the thing with titles and like thumbnails by default is like it's going to be that's going to be the thing that you're trying to sell to the audience, like to the people to viewers, you know, like what makes your video or whatever like worth watching by default, like just with videos in general, not just like VTuber clips, but it's like yeah, I don't know. By that definition, I'm definitely not the best marketer, uh, marketing type of
It is
guy.
a 3. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You just didn't cook with this one. Dying so much because they break so fast.
Anyway, where did
Guys, I feel like there's so many
oh there's Zen. Zen, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Zen, through no through no influence of my own, certain words have been banned for today, at the very least, for today. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Zen. You're good. You're good. Definitely not because definitely don't worry about it. Anyways,
this squishy. It's like a sorry. Okay, we got to this one. This squishy. It's like a it doesn't squish back as well. It's like a kind of like one where you squish and it takes a while to kind of like go back into place. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold, but like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like
okay.
to this one. This squishy. It's like a
But yeah, hope you're doing well, Zen. All right. I think I found. Okay, I think I
back
found it.
as well. It's like a kind of it's like a it doesn't this squishy. It's like a it doesn't squish back as well. It's like a kind of like one where you squish and it takes a while to kind of like go back into place. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. Like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft.
I try to drive home and you're my dream.
It kind of goes like
Okay, I think I found it. But yeah, don't worry, Zen. Don't worry, Zen. I'll try to be as entertaining. I feel like I like to say that I should. I hope. I mean, hopefully, I'm entertaining. But the problem is I don't know how much I could stay entertaining because I'm now starting to feel yawns just a little bit. So I trash your car. I'll set the bill to. Listen, you can refer to my financial backer over in Canada. You know, his name is I can't remember his name, but he's a very crunchable guy. You know, don't worry, he'll foot the bill. It's all good. So
kind of goes like
hey, oops.
kind of goes like
Okay.
so bad. Fuck! I can't even.
Anyways, so I chat. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just rereading messages at this point. But yeah, also Zen, gotta keep in mind again. I'm running on fumes at this point, so we'll see how this goes.
It doesn't squish. And it's kind of
Okay. So obviously, because okay, so with this clips or this short, um, okay, because of the fact that now naturally we're gonna have to do split screen on this one, so at least that's the idea.
it is a 3 and it's I like this green donut because it's so soft. It is my favorite.
Did I sleep at all during night? Hell no. I've been up all. I've been up for. I've been up since like 11 a.m. last night. Yesterday. So we'll see how it goes. Why stream this early? Because I had nothing better to do. I kind of figured, I at the very least I could work myself to sleep, which sounds insane in its own right, but yeah,
I also
it
have
just be how it be.
a dog bread. Woof, 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 woof. You have a favorite? Yeah. It is my favorite one. Or are you talking about like a favorite bread squishy or like a general squishy? It looks yummy. It does look really yummy. It does. And then I like this green donut because it's so soft. Yeah, I think I'm digging this. Especially because it's like it's so soft.
11 a.m. night? No, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. morning yesterday. So yay, so nearly 24 hours. The good news though is that again I am starting to feel it just a little bit, but it should be all good. Don't worry.
I like this green donut because it's so soft. I like this soft. Especially because it's like it.
Okay, so
Especially because it's.
right, so just center this correctly.
Especially because it's like it has. It's like the hole. That, especially because it's like it has like the hole. That you can like do like. Hole that you can like do like just kind of put your finger in. Like just kind of put your finger. Like that has like the hole that you do like that you can like do like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds in.
Right. Oh. Oh, welcome in. Takahashi's good. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How's editing? Yeah, to the best of my ability, trying, but I hope you're doing well. We'll see how long I edit today. I understand what. Yeah. Although to be fair, we'll see if this actually comes to fruition. Because admittedly, like I said, my brain's probably partially cooked, just a little bit. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. Same year as well. Use CapCut. Uh oh, CapCut. Yeah, I've heard a few other people say they used it. Yeah, it's almost strict. I've had experience obviously with DaVinci, but also with Premiere in the past. Adobe Premiere Pro, and yeah, looking good so far. Okay, not bad. I have a sense of ads I didn't work as well. It's money hungry though, which is pain. Yeah, I mean, no worries. No worries. I mean, I'm glad to check it out. I don't know if I could do it
And that
right
sounds
now. At least not at the moment, but
finger.
gotta try to finish this up.
Put your finger in.
Or at least the basis of this one up. So.
That sounds really fucking. That sounds.
Well, after you finish, not right now. Okay, yeah. All right, no worries. No worries.
Sounds really fucking bad. But you know what? I don't know.
Bro, what the fuck? Rage Rain moments, how we go? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't, like, the context with Sinu at least is like, I definitely kind of have. I mean, I knew of Sydney for a good while. Like, I knew of like her street, who she was at least. But it took me a while before I actually like kind of got around to like actually watching her streams a little more. Because especially because like nowadays I was like mostly up during most of the nights half the time, so I naturally would probably find something to like want to like find something to watch, and usually more often than not, her streams are usually just up around that time, around the same time. So you know, I got around to like watching a couple, and yeah, I can see why. I can see why most people like watch her. Yeah. Holy hell! Yo, Sanuki, we're here to squish your. Oh, speaking of which, Sanuki, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, my name is Shinsadrun too. I'm your VTuber clip around these parts. Also, legend documentarian. I'm a long cat. It's a long story. Welcome in, Raiders. Full context. Full context. I hope you're doing well. First off, Sinu. I know you had a long stream. I know you were streaming earlier today. But yeah, yeah. I caught a little bit as much as I can on my end. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I see green zombie insights. Yes, you have. There you have. I was feeling like maybe doing a little short today, and this was from today's stream. Actually, to be fair, yeah, I saw you had a lovely moment, or you had a relatively funny moment. But yeah, I was saying earlier, yeah, I was kind of explaining why, like, when I kind of start watching your streams a little more, Sanuki, and that was usually because, like, one, I definitely am a vampire in the sense that I definitely stay up most nights, so usually kind of need something to watch half the time, and I knew of you for a while, and my finally was able to kind of watch your streams here and there. Yeah, you're relatively, yeah. I can see why everybody like. I see why everybody loves your streams. I see why everybody like thinks you're funny and entertaining. Yeah. Oh, also yes. For context, my stream schedule is also very fucked right now in the sense that I'm currently running on caffeine, so I kind of just went live not too long ago, and gonna try as much as I can before I pass out. FYI. But yeah, in case people don't know, and also thank you for Anonymous for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sanuki. What's good? What's good? But yeah, just out of context, yeah, I am a VTuber clipper. I generally have a channel over on YouTube. And as far as like who I clip, it's generally everybody, although most people kind of know me as someone who clips a lot of Ellie and like most of the Balding crew. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you for all the follows, by the way, as well. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. But yeah, I caught a little bit of your stream, Sanuki. I was trying to try and see if I can make a little something out of this. So, but and honestly, if there was one thing I kind of love watching is I'll say, your crash outs do tend to be a little funny. Okay, it can be very funny. To be fair, I found myself really enjoying them. So, and I do see chat loves to bully you too, and I'm not gonna say that in some weird way I could resonate that with my own community because my own, I mean, not that I would say that because my own community would has also been bullying me recently about my own stuff. Particularly with certain bits that definitely are not true. Especially for those that stick around here, I do not, contrary to popular belief, you know, I do not like to be given uppies. They will tell you that I love uppies, for example. I do not love uppies. I feel like uppies definitely is. I feel like that's too. Listen, cats are relatively free spirit, and as a long cat, you have to understand. That's how I am. Also, and that's like the more saner parts of the bit. I thankfully Wolf will not has blocked certain terms that definitely that way readers won't need to know about certain other bits that are associated with me. But I am it is how it is. Thank you, Wolf, by the way. But yeah, also Sinu, I also understand if you need a ready run, you're good. It's all good. I know it's relatively late. I've been watching a lot of LCB tours lately, so I think I know enough to know when it's nighttime over there. I think I like to assume. But yeah, if this cat ever clips you, I would. Yeah. Also, Hive Train's insane. He's having puppies right now. I can see it clearly. Oh well, I can't say what. Okay, look, you gotta understand. As I head to the bedroom real quick, you have to understand. I know this looks relatively uppyable. I will admit that I get it. To some degree, I get it. But you also have to understand. I never wanted it. I never could want it. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. It's a bit late. Have a great stream, and your clips are great. Thank you for the bangers argument. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm glad I made. Yeah, I'm glad I got to finally. Sorry, I'm all over the place. But thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry, Sinu. Again, all over the place. I've been up since like 11 last night, so relatively, I'm like completely deprived. But thank you, Sinu. But yeah, thank you. And I'm glad you love my clips. I'm doing the best I can. Drop by more often. We have a lot of fun. When you can. In your own pace, you're never obligated to, but you're never obligated to. So, but yeah, thank you again for the raid. Anyways, yes, long cat, long story. If you guys want to check out the YouTube channel, it's over. Exclamation mark YouTube will take you the way there. It's Shinsa 302, by the way. But yeah, you know how it is. Anyways, with this short, I saw a clip on Twitch earlier. I was like, you know what, that dude, yeah, you should show the other Simi clips. I probably should, right? I should. Yeah, let me. I'll just open it through DaVinci because it's kind of the only. I figure it'd be easier that way. But yes, let me actually show them. At least the ones I was working with when it comes to your clips, Sinu. So let me just grab this real quick. Sorry, just bear with me for a sec. Also, again, thank you for the follows, guys. Anyways, let me turn off the. Yeah, let me turn off the music real quick. Anyways, so far I've made two. I actually was kind of working on a third one as well, and I was kind of working on the one that I was doing right now. But yeah.
I'm sorry, but therapy isn't going to fix what is wrong with me. That's why we have anime girls on the internet! Mentally ill VTubers. Yippee!
Who needs therapy when you can bully Senua? Lol.
So that's why you guys bully me! What? This is the reason? It's therapeutic.
So yeah, so that was like the first one I kind of did, and then I think like roughly a week later, I kind of worked on another one. So, yeah.
Give me my Milky Ways! I want Milky Ways to be gluten-free! Sorry, I'm going on a whole rant about allergies, and you guys are probably like, what the f is she talking about? It's okay, I think that every stream. What? What do you mean? Do you go, what is she talking about every stream? Then why do you watch me? I'm just background noise to you! I'm just white noise! What the f? That's all I am to you! This one was a very loud white noise! You! You are a brown noise for me. Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, I found, yeah, it's I want to say it's kind of, I don't know, you're hilarious, Sinner. That's all I could say. But also, you know, I could see why Chad adores you. I can see why. Also, but yeah, but yeah. That I was so those were the two I was kind of working on right now. The third one, I was been debating. I had the third one in the wings, but I didn't know when would be a good time to put that out. And the one that I was working on right now was from today's stream actually. So I've been trying to get that out of the way, or at least try to get as much as I can before I inevitably crash out. Not crash out before I inevitably just crash and sleep because again, sleep deprived for like 12 hours. But I'm gonna try to get at least one. I go try to get at least like one of your shorts out this week. That's the current plan right now. So yeah. Yeah. So the first was during your 20. Yeah, yeah, actually it was during the 20-hour stream. So yeah, that one I actually was working on during that time, and then like the second time was like, you know, because again, after a while I finally got to watch the streams. Like I actually got to watch them because before again my stuff used to just like I used to have like an actual sleep schedule. But you know, the life of a clipper is very you know, you're gonna be sleeping all like you're gonna be sleeping at random intervals, different schedules all around. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I was kind of working at this one. I saw a Twitch clip not too long ago that kind of made me think I could probably try to work what I can on my end. So, but yeah, I thought it was funny. This should probably be fun. Hopefully, it should be funny. What's tips out there? Yeah, it kind of was Suki. Yeah, again, I should probably thank Wolf because most of the time I generally stream roughly around the same time as most of the Aussie VTubers, like a lot. Aussie and Kiwi VTubers. I usually kind of stream around those times. That's why I say half of my streams are usually AU friendly. But yeah. Anyways, I should probably try to get I probably should try to get back to it. But yeah. But yeah, I actually saw two instances of like from the same stream. I thought it would be relatively funny because I believe you were kind of soon. I don't know. You probably are. I don't know if you're still there, but I was gonna say you were showing off like your squishyables. I believe I forgot what it's called. Okay, to be fair, Shrek, this one instance definitely popped in late, but that was because again, I'm hopped up on caffeine, so we should be fine.
Buying.
Anyways, but yeah, let me try to get back to it. So, anyways, let me just start up start the music again, and yeah. The assortment of donuts and other squishables, and the way she kind of described it was very interesting. So I was trying to say, maybe I could combine the two and maybe try to make a little something. So
I like this green donut because it's so.
So yeah, I was kind of working at that midway through. We just kind of got started with it, and yeah, we'll see how the rest goes. So.
I like this green donut because it's so soft, especially because it's like it has like.
So yeah. Who's that orange cat? So first I've seen. That was the orange variant that I had that wore on like April Fool's Day. Uh, Chris kind of made Chris, if you kind of know him, he's kind of like a regular, but Chris made this little fan art for me. It's technically self-cess, although I will say I feel like this looks more wholesome, so I feel like I could kind of get away with putting that on there, right? I, although I probably shouldn't explain that self-cess. Think about it now. Anyways, it's all good. Anyways, let me try to get back to it. Let me try to get back to it. Anyways, how you doing? Everybody else that is just waking up in the morning American time, or North American time. So
I like this green donut because it's so soft.
uh,
I like this green donut.
so yeah.
Green donut.
So yeah. So yeah. Also, I probably should explain what I do. So half the time, obviously, you see here, been kind of edits. I usually try to do editing streams as much as I can. Sometimes I'm able to, sometimes I won't. Depends on the circumstances. But yeah, usually do this. I yap, of course, and when I'm not doing either that, actually, regardless if I do these or not, to be fair, it's just yapping, editing, or marbles. That's usually just my core three. That's always been my core three. For FYI, I'm a huge Marvels addict. That's that's just the life I live. That's how I am.
Green donut.
So
Because it's so soft. Especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like do like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad. But you know what? I don't.
okay, so anyways, no uppies, please. Please, no uppies. Please. I look again. Long cat, long story. Maybe one day I'll ever explain it, but there's a reason why I do not want uppies. Please. Anyways. Oh, good morning, Ray. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, so I probably should apply camera shake on this one. So
I did not mean it like that. I did not.
okay. So yeah, I've so far I've only heard like the two instances of Sinu's classic way of describing stuff, but yeah, I have to try to figure out what to I can try and see if there's like one more I could put out. So yeah, it's all good though. Just one day before oh my god, obvious. Just $1. Also, but yeah. But yeah, again, saw these two clips. I just thought it'd be funny to kind of try put my flair on and see what happens. Oh, fucking hell, Strike, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's insane, Strike. You never had to. Oh, I mean, to be fair, I probably should say you do just for the whole tips out thing. It's interesting. Also, Ray, why are you trying to give my plug, uppies? Don't get Ray. It's kind of hard to not look at what you did. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted. I am just trying to get as much as I can out the way. But yeah, thank you. I'll be like, Strike, did you really just want to say? Did you really did that just so you could strictly say that you gave me tip? Once a Shermanian, always a Shermanian, right? Anyways, also, Dylan, why are you giving Ray strap on it? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I got focus on the work for him. Wolf, I'm sorry. You have your work cut out for you, for once in my streams. You know, did I just find the origins? Yeah. Okay. To be fair, Rekuan, yeah, this email does not ball out to me. Taco Princess, aka Taco Princess Arts, made that because apparently they think I like that. And to be fair, I didn't really do anything I could on my end to stop them, but at the same time, it's not true. Contrary to popular belief, much like the Uppies, I do not like to be pegged. There's reasons. Anyways, uh, but yeah, Taco did make that, and that's the definitely gave for that.
I have something to say, Nito.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, I gotta try to get back to doing this. I gotta try to at least.
Buying so many of them now. I like the brand, but these specific ones, I have to give a 3 out of 10 because they are just so murderable and they do not last. This
Okay, sorry, just want to make sure I got everything on my end here. This applies. Okay, guys. I know, guys. Guys, literally, the last 5 minutes have literally just been you guys getting all about it. Guys, listen, you can't use the word peg, at least for today. At least, because again, there's no merit, there's no truth or merit to it. This long cat does not want to be pegged. I promise you, there's no truth to it. Also, the fact that Shumi has brought this up now made me question my existence as is. So yeah. Yep, it is what it is. Also, Rep, how are you doing?
it's like it doesn't squish back
But yeah.
and it's kind of firm. Go back and go.
Anyways.
These specific squishies are so murderable. This squishy, it's like it doesn't squish.
But yeah, Rep, I hope we're doing okay, guys, come on. It's too early to riot.
Pack of these, right? I have something to say, Nito.
Anyways.
A pack of these, right? These specific squishies are so murderable. This squishy, it's like a.
Wolf, why are you writing? You're the one that blocked half of these terms. Wolf.
It doesn't squish back.
Jeez. 1984 everybody, and then join the riots. Why don't you?
As well, it's like a kind of like one way.
Anyways, let me try to get this out of
the
the way.
It takes a while to kind of like, and it's kind of fun.
Ooh, all right. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. To be fair, it is early in the morning, so I guess you guys could get away with that. But you also have to understand, we don't always allow riots here. Not on this channel. I mean, we'll do marbling, but that's a whole other situation. So, all right.
Or are you talking about like a favorite bread squishy or a favorite like other squishy, like
Anyways.
green donut because it's so soft, especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like do like just kind of.
It's all right to riot. I love riot. Free speech rate. Okay. If we raid out anytime soon, we'll consider that as a message. I feel like that's better than the tips out for Shinsu raid. Because again, you guys don't need to go tips out for me. All right, you guys can refrain from keeping your keep your tips to yourself. Is all I'm saying.
Put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad. But you know what? I did not mean it like that. I did not. These specific squishies.
Anyways.
This squishy. It's. I'm sorry. Okay. We got to this one.
Yeah, Sanuki. Yeah, Sanu rated. Sanuki rated. Yeah. Convenient timing, considering I was gotta work out this one. Ray, we're not using holes right. Okay, I hate how creative that is, and I'd be lying if I said I hated it entirely, Ray. But okay, guys, we're not rating anytime soon. Guys, we're not rating yet. We're not rating yet. I want to get at least half of this done. At least, guys, come on. Guys, refrain from writing your holes. Okay, we don't need to leave just yet. We don't need to leave, and at least not without at least playing a few games of marbles. But let me try. Let me try to at least get this out of the way. Also, good morning to everybody else that's popping in.
I did not mean it like that. I did not.
Okay.
Guys, I feel like there's so many squishies to go through. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. this squishy. It's like a. It doesn't squish back as well. We got to this one.
Okay, so long cat will dig away into your. Okay, that is oddly wholesome. I will admit.
But
You know,
they,
that I will admit.
I did not. Guys, I feel like there's so many squishies to go through.
So
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, we got to this one. I did not mean it like that. I did not. Okay, we got to this one. This squishy. It's like a. I'm sorry. Okay, it doesn't.
okay. Wait. Sorry, I looked back. I will ask anyone that's here from Soon Just Discovery, would you don't need to pin. Okay, guys, don't need to pin me either, okay? Wholesome. Listen, guys. The Raiders don't know how insane sometimes these streams can be. Thankfully, this is a slightly more work oriented stream. So thankfully, not a lot's going on right now. But they don't need to know. They don't need to know. Okay, they don't need to know.
This one. This squishy. It's like a. It doesn't squish back. This one. This doesn't squish back.
Anyways. Well, if I don't suppose you can 1984 emotes, right? Where's the dolly clip? They don't need to know about the dolly clip. Okay, guys, come on. Come on, guys. Anyways, don't worry about it. Wait, we gotta take care of this real quick.
We got to this one. Okay, we got.
All right, so
Okay, we got to this one. It doesn't squish back as well. It's like a kind of like one way you squish, and it takes a while to kind of like.
oh, can you ban a particular can you ban one particular emo? And I think you know which one I'm talking about. Per se, you know? Just for the stream. Oh, thank you. Listen, I know this may seem a bit off, guys. I know this may seem just a tad bit off. All right, I know this seems like I'm going full 1984 here. That's not the case. It's just the early morning caffeine. You know, that's all I could say.
To kind of like, and it's kind of fast. It doesn't squish back as well. It's like a kind of like one way you squish, and it takes a while to kind of like. And it's got to this one.
Okay, so we could probably admit that, and then we could do once again the split screen element on this one. So okay, so let me just paste the attributes here, copy and paste the attributes on the other one. Sore home. Guys, listen. Your holes, regardless if they're sore, regardless if they're ready, don't worry. You know, Ray, I believe you, but also, yeah, part of me should be happy that you're not here as often half the time, because when I'm about to leave stream, because actually, to be fair, I could use your creativity, because I feel like there's a lot of things better than Uppy's raid or tips out for Shin's raid, you know.
And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play.
Also.
But like when you play.
Oh, what's that up here?
But like when you play. It kind of.
Okay, so.
And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. Especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like. It kind of goes like soft.
All right, so.
And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like.
Oh, Dylan, I see you finally. Dylan, come on. They don't need to watch that. I'm pretty sure also having to raise her sleep, so I think we're okay. That's what I said.
It kind of goes like. It goes like. Goes like. It kind of goes like. Goes like.
Okay.
Like.
Actually, maybe I could transform from here. Oh wait, wrong one.
Kind of goes like. It kind of goes like.
Look, the joke wrote itself. It is how it is. It is how it is, Ray. Don't worry. Also,
Goes like.
there it is. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, at least the very least, right?
Like.
Anyways, let me try to work on this just a little more.
Goes like. It kind of goes like.
But yeah. Sorry. Try got focus on this just a little
It
bit.
kind of goes like. It kind of. It kind of goes. Soft. It kind of goes like.
Hmm.
It kind of goes like. Goes like.
Okay, well, Ray. Okay, well, Ray. Again, probably should be happy to have the people I think are asleep. I like to think that's the case. I don't want to be pegged today, nor do I want to be pegged ever, guys. Also, it's from Zen, all right? Anything that's generally clipped by Zen is always should be taken with a grain of salt. A massive chunk of salt, to be fair. Well, Zen, it's fine, but if you could, definitely not, Zen, you clipped a lot of things, you
It
know?
kind of goes like.
Wait.
It kind of goes like. It kind of goes like. It goes like.
Okay, on second thought, maybe a simple cut probably works better.
It kind of.
Okay, well, I see half of the people are I see most of my chat loves to are showing my grace hits. Yay.
It kind of goes soft.
Yeah, and I think you can probably see why I kind of start resonating a little more with Sinu lately. You know, again, similar communities. Although mine definitely loves to twist my own balls in that sense. But yeah.
It kind of goes like.
Uh Don't twist my balls, please, guys, please. Uh, damn, Wolf. I don't suppose you could, Wolf. I don't suppose you could twist Zen's balls, right? Surely. No merit truth, by the way. Today this. Okay. Okay, so let's see how this works. Uh, okay. Anyways, thanks for falling for my long con trip. Sending your list. Give you the hammer and remove it from Wolf. Zen, I would need a reason to Zen, to be fair, I think I would need a reason to try to get to take the hammer away from Rolf. And I don't see I don't see any particular reason to be fair. To be fair, if anything, I feel like Wolf's done a very good job. Now granted, granted, he doesn't pop in as often, but that's mostly because I stream when he's dead asleep. But it's fine. Wolf is not a good mod for your channel. You could be better. I mean, Zen, you could, but I don't know if he's shown that. To be fair.
I like this green donut because it's.
Anyways, let me so I think we got the basis of this, so we'll try to get this out of the way. Okay, and see, and there's a reason why PNG's got the hammer too. You know, there's a reason why PNG's the first. Yeah, well, you can, you won't. That's why you're head mod PNG as well.
I like this green donut because it's so soft, especially because it's soft.
Also,
Especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like do like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad. But you know what? I did not mean it like that. I did not. Okay, we got to the. I did not mean it like that. I did not.
oh, see, I'm glad. And also, I'm glad you guys finally figured out how the David regimes work. That's always the pattern, no matter what. Yeah, thank you for that. It always does.
Okay, we got to this one. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold to this one. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes soft.
Okay, so
It kind of goes like. It kind of goes like. That sounds so bad! Fuck! I can't even. Fuck! I can't even.
all right, so Okay, 34 seconds. Not bad. Okay, not bad duration wise, but maybe we could. I was gonna say maybe we could probably try to find a way to trim down just a little more. Probably. Who knows?
I like my. I like this green. I like my. I like this. I like this green donut. I like this. I like this green donut because it's so soft. Especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like do like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad. But you know what? I did not mean it like that. I did not. Okay, we got to this one. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like. That's so bad! Fuck! I can't even. Ah!
All right. Okay, so I want to say that this probably might also the screen might be. Hopefully the screens are not too much, but I kind of figured I figured anyone who's if you've watched the new, I feel like it's relatively you're used to it, right? Uh, do you also like Wiggles? Look, Ray, you know how much I go hard on certain things, right? And that's no case for editing. It's no different from editing, you know. This is why these over gets. Anyways, look, I was, me, Ray. I always go hard when it comes to these shorts, right? So that is how it is. So it'd be what it be. Hey, Sus, why are you eyeing me? Why are you eyeing me? Anyways, I should probably get to work, right? I'll try to get through. Like I said, I'll try to get through as much as I can. But I am starting to feel tired on my end, so I'll try to get this out of the way. So, or at least like get through like the base, the basis of it. Uh, ba, 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 ba. All right, let me. So okay, so let's just do subtitles and then the rest, like as far as like sound effects, additional effects, we'll try to get through. I'll try to get through it as soon as I can. Maybe let's see. Base of the tip. Okay, well, listen. It's all base, never tip. Also, we got like an ad break coming soon. Do-do-do. Uh, sorry. Let me try to get the subtitles somewhere. Where is? Okay, there we go. Where? Red Rock. Okay, no red rockets, please. Please, no red rockets either. Also, why red rockets in particular? For all we know, you know, why could it not be pink or green? You know? Anyways, don't add me on that one. Where did I put it? There's a bazillion ways. Yeah, Dylan, I am aware. Unfortunately, it feels like I always end up saying the most. More often, I have no problems admitting this. I feel like I say the worst possible ones half the time. Half the time, you know. Look, that was okay. Yeah, okay. That one is probably on me, Wolf. But to be fair, I think I'm getting better at it. Like I said, I am working on it. I'm trying to get better at, well, not being overtly awkward on certain things, but I'm trying. Uh, okay, so let's change the screen color. Use dark gray like we did last time.
I like this green.
All right. So for context, I do use like the automated subtitle feature that they usually have on DaVinci, but uh yeah, I still prefer the manual method. I just use the auto ones as like the basis, and then like the manual ones kind of design the way I need to design it. Rockets are red in the USA Star Spangled Banner, and the rockets red. The the holes are bursting in the air too, I guess. But well, you know how it is. I like this one, or
I like this.
we just have to find the next bit. I would hope that, okay, as much as I complain about the pre-existing bits, I know deep down that it could always be worse, and I worry about what could possibly be worse out there, because there has been a lot of horrifying bits uh, associated with me. Also, Pirate Monk's Shims, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Looking at our balls. Okay, look. We'll figure out what the rain message we'll choose as soon as we get to the Marvels part. I want to get through the subtitles at least.
Green donut. Green donut. Because it's.
Okay, you're not wrong about that one too. I do love looking at your guys' balls. I mean, you guys have so many varieties, right? What's not to love?
Because it's so soft. Donut. Because it's.
Look, it's a okay. Listen, Wolf, you have to understand. It's not. Hey, everybody knows what I'm referring to. Okay, they know what I'm referring to. Wolf, everybody here is they're marble addicts. All right, they all are. They're so guilty of that. They know what I'm talking about. I feel like even out of context, they're as guilty as I am. This starts to show. Look, we won't be digging. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not digging, but even if I was, it's not gonna be as bad today. Balls elf. Yes, bring out all your balls.
Because it's so soft. Especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like do like has like because it's like it. Especially because it's like it. Especially because it's like it has like. Especially because like, it has.
Right. Have buns. Well, listen, we love our buns here too. Well, literal buns, but also like, look, we accept everything here. Balls, buns. Well, reluctantly tips, and red rockets. Look, doesn't matter what you have, because at the end of the day, we love them all, and by we I mean everybody here. Uh, you know, my community fleas will love them no matter what. Now, Now, if they had that same passion with accepting the fact they don't like uppies, then that is how it is.
Especially because it's like it
Actually,
especially because it's like it has like the it has
Right.
has especially because it's like it has like the especially because it's like
because it's like, what's up for me? Also, Lear, how you doing?
especially because it's like it
Right, it has
like the hole that you can so like, it has like the it's like it has like the
the whole, sadly, oddly fitting term for
it's like
today.
it has like the it's like it has like the hole the
I'm like him, balls. I mean, Zen, you gotta keep up. You gotta keep up, man.
the hole
The whole.
that you can like do like just kind of put your you can like do you can like do like
Sorry, I'm gonna try to trim this down just a little more on this one. See if that sounds
that you
good.
can like just kind of put your
Okay, yeah, that works.
that you can like
So why am I showing a picture she made me? Okay, there we go. Can like
that you can like just can like
so, but yeah, how are you doing, Lear? Again, guys, don't worry. The holes are the holes. I gotta keep voting for the next 20 minutes. I need to shower, eat, ready for the next hour. We're not doing a 10-hour Marvel session, Zen, unless they make a map that lasts 10 hours. But that's not gonna happen.
that you can like just kind of put your finger in and like just kind of put your
Just kinda put.
finger in like just kind of put your just kind of you can like just kind of put your finger
Okay.
put your finger you can like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fun. That sounds
Alright, that sounds.
in. That sounds really.
Right.
Really?
Okay. Okay, guys, come on. Listen, look, I know you guys have had some really creative raid messages, but there's no way I am putting out anal beads for. I'm not doing the anal beads part. We can't do the anal beads, right? Because especially if I raid to somebody that's relatively say so, they are. I don't know how to, that should not be their first impression. Guys, come on, they don't need to know. And there have been a lot of questionable raid messages so far today, but this isn't. We cannot do that. We can't. Look, also, how are you doing, Baron? Listen, there's no merit to any of this. There's no truth regarding anything involving anal beads. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Really fucking.
Anyways, hope you're doing good. Anyways, let me just. One way to solve this is to stream longer and rate someone who understands. The only person, okay, listen, there's not a lot of people that would understand me. Look, they don't need to know. Look, here's the thing: they're gonna see this profile pic, or they're gonna see the emotes. They're gonna see this cute little gray long cat, and then they're gonna hear anal beads. They don't need to know. They're gonna be so fucking confused. Regardless of who I rate into, it's good. They're gonna be so confused. They don't need to know. Raid Emmy with that message. Emmy's. Okay. As much as I hate to admit, I wouldn't. If I raid the Emmy's gonna know all about this. And Emmy's gonna lean into this, and Emmy's gonna put me into
Listen,
another
I'm in the
precarious
box too, so I
position where
wanna see
someone's
some
gonna
action.
remember. Okay, well, granted, she's in the chair, but Emmy may be in the chair, but still.
But you know what? I don't.
You know, but still. Anyways, Emmy, just FYI, the Ermy thing, what happened. Okay, but unfortunately, because of what happened that stream, Shumimi now is well aware of the fact that of the whole pegging thing, which it's not true, but now they know. But now Shumimi knows, you know. So I only have you to blame. And I want to make this clear, Emmy. Retribution shall be coming your way. You will be mashed potatoes by the end of the day. You know? Oh, that rhymes too. Awesome. Yeah, who said it wasn't a poll?
But you know what? I don't.
How is? Yeah, retribution shall be coming, and I will enjoy my mashed potatoes. Just, you know, I mean, not. Okay. Be careful, Army will not take this lightly and make a war. I mean, you realize Ermi started the war already, right? By attacking me unprovoked, nonetheless. That's all I could say, you know? Anyways, let me try to get this out of the way, as always. Witnessing? Yeah, we are. But coming from a cute cat throws you. Yeah, I know. And that's the weird juxtaposition of it all because I don't know how this happened. Okay, to be fair, it's not true. I know exactly how this happened because it wasn't even like 3 months ago, actually 4 months ago, that I was relatively just normal, you know, by VTuber standards, of course, but you know, like normaler than most. It wasn't that long ago, and then one day I hung out with a friend's stream, and they just I may have said a few things here and there, and the rest was history. Uh, no matter of truth, by the way, but yes.
What? I don't know. What? I don't know.
Okay, so we'll do the raw on this one, and then do camera shake on this one too. I don't like puppies, by the way. I don't love puppies. I don't love Peggies. I don't want to be pinned. Also, if anyone that may have saw the list before it got deleted, there's no merit truth to any of that. I especially do not want bully boners, and there's a reason for that. Zen took it out of context. I definitely did not say anything specifically in terms of the word bully boners. It just is how it is.
I did not mean it like that. I did not. Okay, we got.
Anyways. Anyways, this is probably gonna be slightly lengthy because it is more conversational in nature. So, you have the founder's badge, which means you have been here for a long time, and as one who's been here, I confirm you were never. Okay, even before you can't say that I was never say so before what happened last December. Okay, because that's when things really escalated. You know. Yeah, that's when things escalate. But before that, I was relatively, say so, all things considered.
I did not mean it like that. Mean it like that. I didn't. I did not.
I did not. Actually, I'm just thinking. I just realized now because I completely having out of it. I just realized that subtitles. I've realized it's just blocking Sunu's face.
But you don't.
I just realized it is what it is though. We'll move it where we need to move it, and then yeah. Also, Fafina, why are you stabbing? Actually, no. Thank you for. Actually, that's gonna sound completely wrong, but thank you for stabbing Sand. You know, thank you. Hiding her luggage with this model. Listen, the chibi model looks nice. I probably should have said that earlier, but yes, I did love the chibi model too.
I did not mean it like that. I did not.
Okay, but yeah, we'll have to move all this up as soon as we finish up. Well, I'll move it up here, but we'll finish it up as soon as I get to the other stuff.
I did not mean it like that. I did not. Okay, we got to this one, and it's. Okay, we got.
Back from cooking eggs. Welcome back, Wolf.
Okay, we got. Okay.
Well, if you believe me when I said that I was relatively safe, so yeah, corrupted by the internet. Yes, indeed. I was an innocent soul, and then, one day I was exposed to VTubing. I made, I was relatively unscathed for the most part. I just, I was capturing other people's embarrassing moments, but not, yeah. And then I looked at it, I was like, this seems fun. Why don't I do a little bit of this on the side as well? And then, one thing led to another, and here we are. I did not say whether or not this is your status at 8.8 time. I will maintain I was definitely say so during the first 8 months of my career as a VTuber. I think I could easily say this. It was a small, tiny tip. Yes, indeed, Chow. Also, Chow, welcome in. We did get raided by Sanuki earlier. Dude, that was awesome. By the way. So yeah. But yeah, Sanuki's awesome. I'm good, and like I said, I had heard of her, I knew of her, but it wasn't until like relatively recently that I was able to finally actually watch some of her streams. Like, and honestly, again, I can see why our community loves her so much. So, bullyable, funny, and bullyable, but also funny. So, she streams when I sleep, yeah, and that was kind of my issue too, because we live on like opposite time zones. It's generally it's not as easy to kind of catch. Well, just most people who stream like from the land down under, or or for Oceania or whatever. Uh, yeah, most of the time it's just not as easy to catch streams where I can. But thanks to my DGen life, I definitely haven't been able to now. So
And it's kind of fam.
yeah, for Sam, yeah, that old age gets to us all. Not that I'm saying that you're old, Ray. Just old age. No matter how young you may be, old age shall get to us all. Chat's tip is so small size. That's why I think it's rare. As an actual early stream. To be fair, Chow, I definitely woke up. Well, okay, I didn't wake up. I stayed up like since 11 yesterday. I couldn't sleep because I drank way too much iced coffee and gamer subs. So now here I am, trying to work myself to sleep, which again sounds bad, but it'll help.
It's kind of fam.
Please go to bed. I will maybe after I put one clip today. Maybe.
And it's kind of fam. Fam. Especially when it's fam.
No, maybe it's. You know what she was talking about, Ray. You know what she was
Especially when
talking
it's
about.
cold. Especially when it's especially when it's cold, but like when you play with it a lot, it
It's cold. It's usually not that. I mean, it probably does say a lot when it is. To be fair, McDillon, right?
especially when it's cold, but like when you play with a lot, it kind of goes like when you play but like when
Okay. But like, anyways, when you
but like when you
oh wait, wrong one. But like when you
play with it a lot when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like so it kind of goes like soft
okay, got time this rightly, and then yeah. Do I love? Listen, in spite of your devious natures, I do love you all. Of course, I love you all. You know, I mean, granted, again, you are very devious little beings who continue to torment me to the end of time. But in spite of it, yeah, I love you all. Although I feel like half of this is coming from the fact that I may have Stockholm syndrome at this rate. But you know, it is what it is.
Goes like soft.
And yes, it is how it is. Anyways,
Goes like soft. It kind of goes like soft.
the FBI reading the key chart. Look, it's fine. How did I end up here? You left my, and now I'm like, and now with the cat. Yeah, I think he came in from the raid. Sunu raided into here a couple hours ago. Yeah, welcome in. In case you don't, but yeah, I generally am a VTuber clipper. I've made so far as Sunu goes, I've made at least 2 official clips over on the YouTube channel. But yeah, welcome in. I'm shit syndrome too. Yeah, you're a VTuber clipper out these parts. But yeah, Sunu raided into here not too long ago. So yeah, what's good, Pop?
Kind of goes like
Oh, you're a clipper too? Okay, well. Yeah. Welcome in. welcome welcome in. I'm just doing a little bit, just doing a little short here to see, or at least try to finish what I can here and then maybe try to get something out this week. I'll go this in depth though. Like in depth as in like adding in depth or just like to the point where I don't want to take those quick and touch up let's start stream. Oh, right. Oh, right. So, oh, you mean like the ones that you like clip on Twitch, or just like the regular Twitch clips?
like soft. It kind of goes like
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, no. Like I said, I've said it before. It doesn't really like, yeah. I mean, all clippers are always good clippers, no matter what. Uh, yeah. And yeah, okay, Lear. Lear. Look, there's no merit truth, especially to the thing about anal beads. I did not even talk about how to read my online. Are you judging me? I'm not judging. I'm just not judging. Honestly, if I'm being real, half of the basis for like most of my shorts have come from like the original the original concept for Twitch clips. Like people like wonder what because they'll know a good wit when they see one, and they kind of they know their stuff. And I would not expect. I'm not guys. I'm not judging. I'm not judging. Look, there's no superiority complex with clippers. At least I hope there isn't. Yeah. At least you're my friend. To be fair, David, you were kind of you were technically mod for like a little bit, you know? If I get the funny ones, if I laugh enough, then yeah. And honestly, there's no harm to it. There's no shame. Like there's no shame, no judgments, anything, right?
kind of goes like
I'll ask close enough, yeah. But yeah, like I said, doesn't matter if it's like people who clip on Twitch or just people who literally like who spend like what weeks on end just to make the perfect clip. It like I said, we love everybody here. So yeah. This was from earlier just today's stream, yeah. Yeah, I saw a little bit of this earlier. I was like, yeah, this could be funny. Whether or not it's funny or not, actually, remains to be seen. But yeah, we'll leave it up to the people. But yeah, no shame, no judgment. Sound kind of judgy. The irony of it all, right? I know the subtitles make it sound like she's saying that's not so bad, but I'm gonna assume that she meant this. That's so bad, right? And then hmm. Spend like 5 minutes on just getting the timing right and fix up mobile preview as well. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I've seen that too. The like fixing up like the vertical and like horizontal preview stuff, and yeah, yeah, but yeah, it's I get that one. Honestly, like I don't mind the Twitch clipping system. I kind of wish it could be just like I kind of wish it had a little more to offer. You know. I guess that's all I'm saying on that one. Shinigami, welcome in. I just find the Twitch one. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I mean the potential for it to be better is always there. It's just like kind of wish they could actually do so. Because again, if it improves the user experience at the end of the day, then why not do it? The clipping does become a pain sometimes because it rounds up to the closest lower whole seconds. So you got it's like yeah, I was gonna yeah. So it's yeah, it definitely needs has some room for improvement. Like ideally, if we can make something as good, like that could actually enjoy doing, even if it's just like for like a straightforward like just cut here and there and whatnot. If if it improves the experience on Twitch overall, then why not, right?
Meow.
Meow. Let's see. All right, so let me. Oh, Lear, thank you for the void cable, though for some reason it's not working during this one. Hold on, let me take care of this for you. Meow. Hold on, I'll take care of it. Take care of it. There you go. That's what the void cat's supposed to do. Or at least that's what it should be doing right now. Anyways, that'll work. I just go as evidence, but usually someone beats. I mean, thankfully for you, Spooky One, you have other people here that tries to clip a lot of things I say as evidence. You know, even though there's no truth to any of that said evidence, but you're not alone in this one.
I like this.
Anyways, but yeah, you'll probably understand, Bob, when I'm not busy doing this, my chat usually just loves to bully me, and that's probably part of the reason maybe why I kind of start like watching a little more Sinu. Feel like it's oddly relatable, you know. Flip reviews and help the streamer, so make it good. Yeah, I try to make it good on my end too.
This green donut because it's so. This green.
So yeah, the issue is that half of the text needs to be up, like moved up a little more. Remember chat. Balls, and nothing but balls. But yeah, let me just kind of let me reposition half the stuff here so that at the very least.
Because it's so soft. Especially because it's like it has like the
Oh, Kuma, welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning, by the way. A rare morning stream, by the FY. So it's not all. So yeah, for anybody that's probably new here or relatively new, it's kind of rare to see me up at this point. To be fair, I'm usually up a little later, like degen hours early, later, like midnight, my time type of streams later. So yeah, the rare morning stream, and that's mostly because I'm mostly caffeine's the only thing that's keeping me up at this point. So
it has like the
most of you guys 106.
it's like
Yeah,
the
honestly, yeah, relatively lot for especially for like a clip on Twitch. Yeah, it's hell impressive.
like the whole
Change that to a question mark. It's more of a post. You could say it like that. To be fair, I probably should have been up earlier. Honestly, I have been up earlier, but I probably should have streamed earlier. But I was like, but half of it was definitely just me trying to sleep, and I could not sleep because again, when you put this much caffeine into your body, you completely forget that the chance of you sleeping is pretty less than likely.
the hole that you can like just kind of
I only posted in chat at once after clip. Yeah, and honestly, that's more than enough, especially with Sinew streams. Oh, Ray, that's oddly adorable. Just tell the cafe. Yeah, just tell the out, Kuma. Listen, I don't think 3 large cups of iced coffee and two bottles of gamer substance more. I don't think I could tell it to stop like that, unfortunately. Also, yes, it was adorable, Ray. Oh, there's your clip. Wait, let me. Copy current address. Yeah, I'll watch this a little bit when I can. But yeah, if only were that easy.
like just kind of put you that you can like just hole that you can like finger in. That's
All right. Sorry, just trying to get this out of the way as well.
sounds
I've also almost caught you drunk. Ray, you gotta be careful. Ray, you have to be careful. Although to be fair, I feel like out of all the things you could draw, a cat is not a gray cat is not gonna look as bad. To be fair, so I feel like even if you were to get caught, that shouldn't be like you get away with Venscape. At least it's not, like for example, like if you're drawing, like. And I feel like this is generalizing by default, but if you know VTubers, trying to make any attempts to draw them is kind of probably gonna get you into a much deeper hole, for lack of a better term. So yeah. Anyways, Void Cat's over.
really fucking bad.
really fucking bad, as they say. So hi, Michael, welcome in. Welcome in, Michael. We're doing well.
Sounds really fucking bad.
So yeah, like I said, there's certain texts I feel like can benefit from the camera shake effect. Yeah, really good. How you get? Yeah, Sunu actually rated in here. That's which is like again insane. Same, but you know, we love Sunu here, right? To be fair, I think what I do is clipping, and what you do is that. Yeah, yeah. So basically, that it does come down to that, and yeah, and to be fair, I think I like to think I know enough of Sinu, at least from like the last month of that I got to actually watch your streams. But yeah, I think I got just at least enough that it doesn't like it comes off in a way that like feels like it matches the type of humor that comes from her streams. So yeah,
Fucking bad. But you know what?
okay. Okay, so this is gonna be a little trickier because again, I accidentally positioned this in the bottom where it's currently blocking Suzuki's face, but when it should be up, when it should really just be somewhere up. Yeah, somewhere up there. Dan's very good, talented because you got to know the right parts in the right places to make a game. Yeah, yeah, and been kind of at this for at least a couple of years, so I like to think I know enough at the very least, but who knows? Like the whole thing with editing and clips, it's always like what gets how people edit certain things are it's always gonna be like different no matter what, you know? She looks like a Funko Pop in the stream earlier. Yeah, that she did.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Whoops. Did not mean to do that.
But you know what? But you know what?
Okay. The Warcraft, yeah. Also, Tetra, welcome in. So, like I said, I'll try to get through as much as I can today. I don't expect this to be finished out entirely yet, but I'm gonna try to get at least the subtitles done, and then I'll try to go to sleep. I'll make an attempt to go to sleep because, I mean, I have to sleep at some point, right? So, I gotta do something. Oh wait, wrong, wrong text. You doing great? Yeah, okay. I mean, doing the best I can at the very least. Okay, and then this one. We'll move this one actually up.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I did not mean it like that. I did not.
I'm Aussie. No, but I do stream at Aussie friendly times. No, I'm about as American as Apple. Well, I want to say I'm about as American as apple pie, but to be fair, I don't even think I'm that much of an apple pie. But yeah, no, I'm definitely American. I just stream it again. As much as I hate to admit, Chow's right. I do okay. I'm not a degen to be fair, but I stream 3 degen hours. I thought that's Suki. I'm not. I am not allowed. I cannot allow that. I'm not a DJ. Okay, I am not a DJ.
Okay, we got.
Yeah, so what can I do, right? It's 10 a.m. It's don't worry, Chow. It's not that bad.
Not. Okay, we got to this one, and it's kind of fun.
Okay, this one we gotta move this one down. Gotta make sure this is all realigned correctly. So
And it's kind of fun.
it's 10 p.m. You're in the future. Yeah, actually, are actually.
Fun, especially when it's cold. But like when you play.
Actually, I don't think I need a question mark.
Cold, but like when you play with it a lot, it kind of.
And then this one.
When you play with it a lot.
Like I said, the banned words will come back, probably. Assuming that I've remembered that they were banned to begin with. But they'll be back. They'll be back. But first impressions do mean everything, right? So
With it a lot, it.
Shankies, where? Wolf, where? Dream point for you go sleep since the morning. To be fair, no. To be fair, although, I'm, and to be fair, I don't think I'm not expecting to clip a lot, or at least not expecting a lot of stuff happening today. As far as as far as clipping goes, maybe as far as I'm aware, unless Ellie was like streaming later tonight or something. But even then, I figure by the time if I do sleep now, or at least soon, in that scenario, I'm pretty sure I would be okay enough to wake up in time, if nothing else, right? So
With it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like.
also, I'm sorry you got stabbed, sleeping well. Stabbings are warranted, even if Fafino is the one doing most of the stabbings. It is how it is. But on the plus side, considering our our affectionate our affinity for guns, I figured this would be a nice change of pace, right? Okay, so let's run this through one more time, and then again, the rest of the matter is just trying to figure out what type of effects, what type of stuff to add, and then what type, if there's any memes or images that I should add, or sound effects or
I
whatever.
like this green donut because it's so soft.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So soft, especially because it's like it has like the hole that you can like just kind of put your finger in. That sounds. Kind of put your finger in. Just kind of put your finger in. That sounds really fucking bad! But you know what? I did not mean it like that! I did not!
Also, Wicked Loner, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Was this from last? Yeah, Michael. This was from. This was actually from. This was actually from the latest stream. So you know, kind of had it for a while.
I did not. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. And it's kind of firm, especially when it's cold. But
Okay.
when it's cold. But like when you play with it a lot, it kind of goes like soft. It kind of goes like. That's so bad! Fuck! I can't even.
Okay. So yeah, there's moments where I feel like there's definitely. I could definitely apply a couple of camera shakes on the font and on some of the shots, but and then and then anything else, whatever I can think of it, I'll probably figure it out like just by the time I wake up. But yeah, it should be fine. Anyways, but yeah. But like I said, I don't think I'm expecting this to come out today, or probably tomorrow will probably be the ideal time when I'm able to kind of get this out. So yeah, I don't know. In the meantime, yeah, I will admit though that I am starting to get just a tad bit eamy, just a little bit, just enough. However, if you know how I do things, you know that I would never end a stream without at least playing a few rounds of marbles because it's tradition at this point. I mean, well, it needs. Yeah, no, you have a good sleepy pup. Very fitting name, by the way. But yes, yeah, if you need sleep, yeah, you're good. You're good. Uh, anyways, let me head back per se. But yeah. Yeah, as I open up marbles, yes, a very rare morning marbles, by the way, very rare. As for whether or not, also, I'm not gonna lie, this was also partially a test run of whether or not I should do like more morning streams, because we already established that evening streams are definitely, they're definitely goated. They have their own special moments and whatnot, but yeah, you know. Is how it is. Check your more. Yeah. Can we listen? You guys can touch all. You guys can touch each other's balls. You guys can touch each other's balls as soon as we get to the marble race, which will be the case here, even if it's kind of oddly oversized. Why is it oversized?
Listen, I'm in the Fox chair, so I want to see
Listen,
some action.
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind. I don't mind big things, but this is way too massive. Wait, why is this huge? Anyways,
your uppy time is over. Please go home. We've had enough uppies.
we've had enough uppies.
Listen,
Let me
I'm in the
resize
Fox
this
chair,
then.
so I want to see some action.
I mean, they all want to see action. Wait, is that even here? Actually, is that actually even here? Oh, well, I guess not. Anyways, look, we'll do 5 races and then we can probably end it. So, as I assume someone has set the clip, someone has set the game to marbles. Wolf, are you still here? PNG. Anyways, exclamation mark play if you want to join. 3 minutes 12 seconds on. Yeah, that's tradition. You'll find that we love our marbles here. We'll snooze the ads. And I might as well say it as well. Anyways, but yeah, exclamation mark play. Wow, that's completely. There we go. Looks relatively lengthy. Imagine if I had a hammer, I could set the game to marbles. Yeah, if only. If I also only had a mod that doesn't try to undermine me every 5 seconds or so, then, but who knows? No mods. No, we have mods, but, bigger priorities are elsewhere. AKA, they hate me. They hate me so much. They hate me. Oh well. Oh wait, never mind. We'll still hear. Would you consider making? Maybe. Maybe. Look, to be fair, I think I did say, however, I probably do need a mod that could at least cover my DGen hours, like of midnight streams, at the very least. Head mod probably not, but a mod maybe. You know, it can be mod. Honestly, I probably am going to consider it. To be fair, Tetra, ironically, because of the fact that I don't think you undermine me too much. You have to also understand, though, the moment you choose the model life, you cannot give me uppies or peggies or anything horrifying that's associated with me. Yeah, that's part of the rules of being a moderator. Now, granted, some people would still violate those set of rules, like Tynus and Shant and David whenever he gets remodded. So, you know, I'm here, so that would be. Oh, yeah. To be fair, I think I have an idea who I want to give this to, but he is relatively new, and the only other mod, and he's only recently been modded for on one other person's streams. You know, so I don't know. I'm leaning. I might be leaning towards it, but that's because of the fact that you're just here all the time. So, you know, guys, guys, you really do not want me to. Guys, you don't need to guilt trip me, okay? Because if I try, guys, don't need to guilt trip me. Because at this point, I'm worried I'm gonna make like everybody mod, and then who's gonna really moderate? Who's really gonna moderate underneath it all? Although you do make good sense of this, Spooky. More mods do mean more VIP spots, and we're still out of VIP spots right now, thanks to what happened. But the good news is, a couple days we should be able to remove everybody off of that mod spot. So, you know, you can moderate Zen. I don't know how Bozo feels about being moderated by Shamin. To be fair, although Wolf's got that covered, I guess. Mod in many places. You are safe. Ray, you are. Well, you're honest. I'll give you that. you know, I'll give you that. So, you know, you got that going for you. So why is my music not working? Anyways, you belong to no. Yeah, like a true lone wolf. Like a true lone wolf. At the end of the day. Well, obviously, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, listen, Zen. I don't think you can ban that mod. Even if I were to give you head mod myself, I don't think head mods can ban each other. You know, I, Wolf is Wolf is amazing, and not because he will threaten to time you out. That's certainly not the case. You know, everyone's getting pegged. Also, um, speaking of pegged, again, the fact that Shumimi knows about the pegging thing, I gotta rectify the situation. That's all I'll say. I have to rectify the situation. Let's put both in arena fight the. Yeah, I probably should do one of those. I probably should do one of those head-to-head type. You know, those head-to-head things. Rectify. We're not rectifying anything. Okay, there's enough rectum as is. anyways, retribution shall be guaranteed. Starting with the potato, and then with Lord David. So yeah. Okay, rectum balls raid. That sounds arguably worse than the anal beads, and we can't do either. So where are all y'all going? Wait, are you guys starting from? Wait, did you guys start all the way from the beginning? Okay, yeah. Sleep deprived is what I am. Well, so yeah, maybe we'll do like 2 more races. Rectum. Listen, guys. I'd be amazed if you guys could keep to any one of these messages because y'all gave me like what 12 different raid messages throughout the stream. It's fine. Egg steamer cooking being one of the best decisions. Well, awesome. No one's balls has been tainted today. Okay, you know they had to get rid. Yeah, that you have. So I just realized. Yeah, first place. Let's fucking go. Guys, how many times do I need to prove to you guys? All right, veteran marbler here. Okay, veteran marbler. I'm tongue twisting at this point, but yes, get started the race. Now, granted, most of my races may be won here, but that's that doesn't mean that my races aren't any less fair. Wolf, they're not fair. Wolf, they are fair. They are fair. Yeah. Anyways, I won. So and most half of you guys died, but you know me, Ray, Zen, E-Tech, Strike, Michael, y'all did it good. Life isn't fair. Well, listen, Mr. Wolf. It may not be fair, but we try to make it fair. And that's a distinct difference. As we start another race, exclamation mark play, we'll probably do like one more race. Probably, maybe. As we try to figure out on top of like one more race after this one. Not this race per se. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll see who we shall raid. I have a few ideas though. I have a few ideas. However, actually, not a lot of familiar names, to be admittedly. Hey, well, shit, forgot to start. 3 minutes, 12 seconds. You want to join? Exclamation mark play. Also, use code Marvels. If you ever feel like buying anything at the shop, because the Marvels do have a shop here, like mostly for skin related. As I check your guys' balls, like for example, Strike, for example, you know, he's fittingly a mushroom because that's how we all imagine him to be. Fafino's an L, although he's a W in IRL, so you know, is how it is. I'm always decked out as always. McDillon is a pink fairy. Jesus only never shows up without his giant cowboy hat. But it's fine because, but yeah, regardless of what you may choose, you can always choose. You always get them from the shop, and even though most of the time you can get them via drops, you know, you like because every Marvel drops you get on Twitch, you know, it's mostly coins, whatever. But in case you are too impatient for that and you ever want to go to the counter, please use Career Coach Inslee. You will not get a discount, but if you ever feel like tipping your favorite long cat at the internet, do not go tips. We're not saying tips out, but if you ever feel like tipping your favorite long cat at the internet, you know, you're more than welcome to do so. So, yay. Hey, also, Honey, welcome in. How are you doing, Honey? You came in just in time. A rare morning stream, by the way, Honey. I hope we're doing well. The caffeine's starting to run on. I'm starting to run out of caffeine though, so, or it's finally coming out of my system. So yeah, that's how it is. Tips are taxed in Australia. Yeah, well, you know how our tipping culture be in America. But yeah, Honey, I hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Working this morning? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I am about to collapse and pass out, but you know, I'm surviving. To be fair, just FYI though, I don't know how much you are into caffeine, but definitely don't go overboard uh, at like 7 p.m. In the evening. Definitely don't. You know, definitely don't. As it turns out, when you drink nothing but iced coffee and gamer subs throughout most of the night, it turns out it's next to impossible to try to sleep. As I probably should have learned at this point. You think I would know? You think I would know? Unfortunately, life is very interesting. Did you go over to daily? Not on gamer subs. To be fair, I stayed within the limit of gamer subs. To be fair, but I didn't factor in the other sources of caffeine. I didn't factor in the other sources. Like I stayed well within the gamer subs limit, but as I kind of forgot, iced coffee. Turns out coffee has caffeine. That is us. Anyways, we're about to start the second race. Yeah, well, there's a reason why I've been up this whole time. There's a reason why I actually did a morning stream for once. It was because I was bored out of my mind and I couldn't find anything else to get me to fall asleep. So. Anyways, honey, so far you came in. Yeah, came in this morning. You already have the lead. Also, FYI, if you guys have checked honey, by all means, please do. Probably too early for Brazilian funk, but it'd be what it be. Boost, everyone, boost. Also, Spooky taking advantage of the bits. I'm kind of curious if this works here because again, I know it worked like a couple streams ago where, if you use apparently because we tipped 50 bits, and that gave people actually, as it turns out, we kind of learned if you cheer 50, you guys get random power ups. As it turns out, so like for example, honey, you had first place, and then they warped you. Yeah, as it turns out, every 50 bits actually gives you power ups. So, you know, as it turns out, I find, and I'm not gonna oppose that because I mostly because I can't do anything about it, but as it turns out, it happens. Anyways, congratulations, Jesus, even though I believe undoubtedly Honey got screwed over. I'm sorry, Honey. You live by the marvel, you die by the marvel. It's just how it is. You can probably turn. Oh, yeah, I probably could turn it off. To be fair, but also it turns out boost cam is an actual real thing. I just have to set it as a redeem, as a channel point redeem too. But I don't think I'll be able to do it today. So unfortunately, it will be active. Yeah. Modes. Unfortunately, I can't state which state I'm from because I don't want people doxing me per se. Although I feel like people could probably channel it relatively quickly. However, I am from America though, so that's how I am. Unfortunately, yes, this really smelly long cat is from America. Yeah, so anyways, exclamation mark play, 3 minutes 12 seconds if you want to join. Yeah, from America modes. From America. That's all that's as much as I will say, so anyways, yeah. But yeah, as we learned last stream, but we learned a couple streams ago,
Listen, I'm
yeah,
in the Cox
50
chair, so I
bits
wanna see
apparently
some
gives you a
action.
completely random power up. It doesn't. You can't really target anyone specifically. It'll just target anybody at random. And I'm kind of curious if. And here's the thing: I was kind of really tempted to see if this would work on a much larger marble race because I didn't really do anything to change anything on my end. I kind of just like I don't know if those are the default settings. I'm kind of curious if this would work on like a marble race that has like much larger numbers. I'm kind of curious if that's the case. What's my address, full legal name, and social security? Yeah, well, that's the funny thing, Zen. My first name is Shinso. My last name is 312. That's my actual legal name. My social security number is 123456789. I make the joke about this, but honestly, that could, for all I know, that could actually be someone's
Your uppy
legit
time is
social
over.
security
Please go
number.
home.
And
We've had enough uppies.
in that case, I'm sorry. That's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're okay. That's definitely not my number per se, but you know, it is how it is. Social security number is 312 Shh. Perfect. They don't need to know about that. Do you love Erm? We all love Erm, right? Well, I don't like love Erm per se because, you know, social streamer and all, but you know, is what it is. Fan everyone's when Marvel's my yeah, it's fine. Anyways, this should be the last race of the night. Well, night. I say night. Last race of the day. However, we'll see how it goes. Tassie, welcome in after Distant Eve. Yeah. Still need to finish race for one else. But yeah, anyways, exclamation mark play. Less than 50 seconds if you want to join. Yeah, this should be the last race. We'll see how it goes. Unless the following happens. If we end race on an ad break, I cannot I cannot end stream like that. If everybody dies, I can't end stream like that either. If Zen wins, especially if Zen wins, I'm not going to end race if Zen wins because I cannot allow that atrocity to happen. And, or alternatively, if I win. Well, actually, if I win, I'll definitely end stream because, not that because I have main character syndrome, but, is how it is. Anyways, 5 seconds. What could be the last race of the night? Well, morning. We'll see. Anyways, we're off. But yeah, as it turns out, 50 bits actually does enable power ups, and if those are on by default, I was kind of curious to see how this would work in a much larger race. Like for example, like if Shamimi were to like do her race, like Marvel race, I'm kind of curious if that will work. If if some other larger streamer by default ends up doing, I'm kind of curious. We'll see. Anyways, Baron, you're in the lead. I believe you're in the lead at least. Should have been before my server. Oh shit. I can't recall the last time server did a marble race. I feel like that was during the servathon, right? That was probably during the servathon. Anyways, all y'all balls are very impressive. But just want to make it clear, pretty balls does not mean good balls. So we'll see who is the best of them all. And look, in this case, it looks like it will be our June Bro Epic. Congratulations. Boosted on. Things are balls of birds. We need to show. Well, listen, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and all y'all balls are pretty, but unfortunately, apparently none as pretty as Arjuno's. So congratulations. Your ball got called. So should win. Anyways, I'm not gonna say that. Again, Zen. Usually I would say that, but unfortunately, because it's morning, I cannot say that. We're for all general audiences. Anyways, it's fine. Anyways, this should be the last race. It should have been the last race. Okay, one more for the road. Okay, one more. Anyways, 3 minutes 12 seconds. This will definitely be the last one tonight. Because again, okay, you also have to understand for newer people here, you probably should not trust when I say it will be the last race by default, because apparently I have a very bad penchant of not sticking to my word. And, well, because, it's, like a true addict, it's tough to kind of give up something that you truly love. So, it is what it is. However, that's not all well, it's not all gloom, dude. Because at the end of the day, you're getting more marbles, and that's the only thing you really need in your life: more marbles, more balls, more pretty looking balls, no less. And yeah. Anyways, exclamation mark play. 2 minutes 20 seconds. But yeah, I am tired as hell. So I'm gonna. So let me double check again. Let me see who's available to raid, and then yeah, we'll figure out. We'll work on from there. So. Sorry, had somebody else to stream on, but if you guys want to join, exclamation mark play. At least some of your balls. Yeah, let's take a closer look. Ball inspection place. Ball inspection place.
Listen, I'm in the
Kuma, I
couch
see
chair,
you
so I
are.
want to see some action.
We all want to see some action, Ethan. That we do. But yeah, Kuma's yours is impressive, and massive no less. Yeah, Strike. I know you're. Yeah, Strike. Good. Cheese with the car. Not bad. Bear ball. Yeah, bear ball. Emmy, I'm surprised you are a fox and not a potato, even though I don't feel like you can be potato chip. As thank you for the follow, Baron. Thank you. Emmy's not my boss, okay? Emmy can never be my boss. Neither, not Emmy, not Emo, not Ermy, not well, any other derivatives. Because no potato can ever dominate against a long cat, so it is what it is. Ermi's my down. Ermi, if anything, is the one that sits in the chair, and as Ermi has stated itself. So, should look at my ball. Tell me what it looks. Where are you, Zen? You should not have that. You should not have this impressive a ball. To be fair, there's no marriage. Look, no one doubts it. Anyways, 5 seconds. You won. Well, 5 seconds to this race. Shout. It is a shout. I'm not saying it's 50. I'm not saying it. Anyways, again, say so stream. You gotta keep in mind. That's what I should want to play. Well, too late for that, but oh shit. Bum, 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 bum. Zen did die, so that's how we know we're in for the. Oh god, everybody's dying. Guys, why y'all die? McDillon, you're not even moving. Wait. Come on, don't fall. Don't. Who wants to play one more race? Who wants to play one more race? I'm not gonna allow that. We can't end stream like this. We gotta end on a high note. There needs to be a guaranteed winner. So a guaranteed winner. 3 minutes. So yeah, a little more 3 minutes. You want to join? Last race for sure. Because I don't think I can handle another one. I could take a lot of things, but this is not. This ain't. One more race on top of this one is not it. So this is gonna have to be the last one. Make it count. You maybe I don't know what to give you as a prize. Maybe a hypothetical pat on the back. Mostly because I cannot afford to actually give you guys anything. But if you just want the pride of victory, then yeah, by all means, 2 minutes 30 seconds exclamation mark play. That's all the time you're given. So. Also, good morning, Avo. Well, how are you doing, Avo? Are you doing well? I probably should just give. To be fair, I should have given everybody shout-outs. I should have given everybody shout-outs. For example, we should have given Honey the shout-out. I'm gonna give you. I could give a shout as well. So yeah, hope you're doing well. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Drop my mic. Drop my mic. I'm good. Anyways, hope you're doing well, Avo. I am running on E right now. I'm really running on E. Anyways, exclamation mark play, minute 45 seconds. Listen. This is how it is. Give everyone who wins mod. I can't see how this can. How about 12 more races? Zen, no. Give Emmy shout. Give Ray. Let's fuck it. Let's give everybody the shout out. Even people who don't stream will give you guys shouts too. You know? Friendly, but. Ray. And also, let's give you one as well, Kuma. Let's give everybody. Let's just give it to everybody. Why not, right? Also, Ray, what are your numbers again? Why I like this? Well, Kuma, this is what happens when you are sleep deprived for 12 hours on end, and and the only thing keeping you awake at this point is literally nothing but the vapors of that is vape. The remaining vapors that is caffeine that's currently in my system right now. You know, that's kind of the only downside. Anyways, how are you doing? Sorry. Also, sorry, Kuma. If you really want to stay on the download, it's fine. But also, if you guys want to follow Kuma, by all means, he does Find My Yoshi every Sundays. My probably personal favorite series, by the way. But yeah. Also, Ray, what was your numbers again? Ray, what was your numbers? You got 10 seconds. I gotta make it count. Anyways, 10 seconds, last race of the night. I hope that was you. Right, I hope that's you. Although I'd be amazed if there was another 9-1 AVT. But yeah, anyways, the other reason why I like Ray is that Ray's not afraid to show her numbers. And I ain't afraid to show mine either. So try to stay awake, believe me. You and me both, Mr. Sleepy Bob. You and me both. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyways, Wasmu is in the lead. Also, power-ups are by default enabled for every 50 bits. You don't have to give me bits. I want to make that clear. You know, if you because we believe in nothing but fairness here, even though Strike is technically cheating. You know, and I guess imperfect as well. I got dingled for some reason, and I don't know what that means. Wolf got thrusted, and yeah, so much for Say So Stream. I'm sorry, Wolf. Sorry, this is the downsides of monitoring my streams. I had no say in this matter. Anyways, imperfect. Unfortunately, you died. Anyways, to be fair, I probably can disable this in the settings. Unfortunately, everybody fairly likes to cheat here on my channel. But on the other hand, if everybody's cheating, that means that's still as much of a fair race as if everybody wasn't. So, we're still in the name of fairness. To be fair, so it's good. I mean, look, I appreciate the bits. Don't get me wrong, but you guys don't have to. Look, a fair race. You don't need power ups to win. At the end of the day, I like to think Spooky won, didn't cheat, but I think I saw his name. We cheered 50 bits, probably. Oh well. Oh well. Anyways. Chaos reigns at the. I'm not paid to win. Although the amount of people who have won oddly had skins that they probably paid with their own money. But I'm sure that's merely coincidental. How I've fallen. Yeah, everybody has fallen. This is not pay to win, guys. Guys, you don't need to pay to win. Oh no. Although Spooky one, however, might end up getting it after all. So congratulations, Spooky one. Let me see who's live actually. Let me see who's left. Okay. I think I know who to go. I think I know who to go. You got no Ray, real. No. To be fair, I did found who I wanted to raid, and as for messages, I'm pretty sure the dozen or so messages that y'all came up with are all good, except for the one about anal beads. We don't need to bring that up as it's a raid message. Please do not please do not use that as a raid message. Please. I'll take we look at our balls. All right, I'll take that. Anyway, Spooky One, congratulations. Jan, second place. Tassi third, me fourth. Avo fifth. Fafino sixth. Serge Twan seventh. Ethan eighth. Pirate ninth. Sleepy Puff 10th. Cheddar Cheese 11th. Strike 12th. E-Tech 13th. Jesus 14th. Tetra 15th. Mental 16th. Michael 17th. Kuma 18th. Emmy 19th. Wolf 20th. McDillon 21st, Honey 22nd, and all y'all, well, I'll send them to you guys. Wasmu, Zen, Imperfect, Lear. Yeah. Anyways. But yeah, I'm dead tired. I need to yeah, I'm about to pass out. I'm about to collapse. And thankfully my bed's right next to me. So yeah, I have to go. However, we will raid into Lollydoo because I have not raided into Lollydoo in forever. And I figured, Lolly may enjoy this. So who knows? Anyways, it's been good. It's been fun. Rare morning stream. I don't know how often I'll do these morning streams. More often, you'll probably see me during the God forsaken hours of the night. However, this was a nice change of pace. Even as sleep deprived as I may be, this was fun. Got a little bit of work done. I'll try to get the clip out later today. The one I was working on earlier. I'll try to get that out earlier. The shorts with the Sinu short, we'll see how that goes. Tomorrow might be the more realistic chance. And then, yeah. As far as streaming, tomorrow will be live tomorrow. We will have a collab, Crime Simulator collab, with PNG, Underfighter, and Velvet. So, yeah, that should be fun as well. That'll be like tomorrow evening. So, yeah. And as for the rest of the time, I'll do one more stream during the weekend. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, it was fun. I had a good stream. Thank you so much for Raiders that followed, and thank you for everything else. So yeah. Anyways, until then, I'm about to collapse. So yeah, bye.